Okay, let's get started. So today we're going to start with John Stewart interviewing economist Richard Thaler. This happened a while ago, but I never had a chance to watch a full thing, so I'm going in pretty much blind. But I did hear some bad things about John's understanding of economics, so we'll see if it's as bad as some people were saying it was. So let's go ahead and hop right in.
When we have to shove ourselves into what makes the most, we are papering over a broken system with nudges when we have to shove ourselves into what makes the most sense for healthcare, which every other developed country in the world has already realized, which is free market incentives don't work in a system with those kinds of externalities. Healthcare will never be a functioning market. And the system is designed to exploit people's need to not die. And by creating the ACA and all those other things, we're papering over what should be the reality of the system, which is centralizing it is the only way to create something that will efficiently help people not die. That's where I would crystallize my argument in all of this.
Right. And obviously, we're going to have no listeners left if we we
don't have. Hey, everybody. Welcome once again to the Weekly Show podcast with Jon Stewart. My name is Jon Stewart, and we're going to be talking. This has been, I feel like the news of the world has so matched the climate here in the Northeast, which is dark and gray and apocalyptic, and this feeling that we are hurtling towards something just truly unimaginable and inexplicable. And it's why today, I just don't even want to fucking deal with it right now. In all these different ways, today's show is going to be slightly different. Where once again, every now and again, we love to bring on experts, people of such regard and note to come and play with me like, let's say, a person with a cat and like a little string toy. Me being, of course, the cat, those individuals being the person. And today we want to talk about,
A little foreshadowing, maybe.
Our ability as a country to fix the seemingly intractable systemic problems, more economic. And who better to do that with than an economist, and an economist that has in some ways changed the way that economists talk about the incentives that go into our economy. He is a behavioral economist, which is something I didn't even know that there was. But a brilliant thinker, and another in our continuing series of brilliant thinkers. We obviously had Jeffrey Hinton on, who explained to me in childlike terms what AI actually is, and I'm sure this guest will be no different. So I'm excited to get to it. Let's jump in now. Richard Thaler.
I'm not sure if I should watch the Jeffrey Hinton podcast because he's obviously a really smart guy, but I feel like sometimes the way he explains AI to lay people or the concepts he puts out are kind of, I don't want to say alarmist, but no, I'll say that in some ways they are. And then let's just say I feel like LLMs, they aren't quite the AI that people should be worried about. I don't think LLMs can really lead to AGI. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I feel like the underlying technology can't be sort of built on to the point where it can have what we'd call like full agency. But obviously we'll see that in the coming years. I think there's going to have to be a pivot to a sort of, I guess in like technical terms, a sort of like more parallel intelligence. Like I feel like LLMs, they operate like in series, and it makes it difficult for them to have things like persistent memory. They have strong pattern recognition, but it costs a lot. It's like very inefficient. So we'll obviously where this goes in the coming years, but I feel like he's way too alarmist for what the technology is right now, basically.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our ongoing efforts to entertain and educate, we once again are going to welcome somebody to the program who is so accomplished and smart that it'll be entertaining to watch him play with me like a monkey with a small grape. That's right. Our guest today, a professor from the University of Chicago, an American economist, one of the founding fathers of behavioral economics, and awarded a Nobel Prize in econ in 2017, which I assume he will be giving to Donald Trump, because that's where everybody has to give their Nobel Prizes to. Please, Richard Thaler, thank you for joining us today.
It's a pleasure, John. And I was thinking of offering you the prize.
Well, it's very kind of you, sir. I could never, I don't have enough space on my wall. I've got so many peace prizes up there.
It's pretty small, the
prize itself.
Yeah, but the one I've offered to Trump is bigger. But
smart. That's a totally smart move on your part. That's why you're the behavioral economist. Which, by the way, sir, what a fantastic segue. to get into this. Most people think of economists as macroeconomists, microeconomists. Then there's this idea you sort of created this field called behavioral economics. So if you could just very briefly, and I apologize for the remedial nature of it, what is behavioral economics? How does it differ from what we consider to be kind of traditional economics? And how did you even think of it?
Yeah. So I'll use one fancy word you may not know, which is pleonasm. Pleonasm.
Wait, what?
Pleonasm.
Wow.
So there's a guy smarter than me named Herb Simon who wrote a definition of behavioral economics and said, the phrase seems like a pleonasm. What is that? A redundant phrase, meaning what other kind of economics could there be? Presumably, economics is about the behavior.
Yeah, because yeah, economics is people like to say it isn't a hard science. It is and it isn't, but the thing about economics is it's always just going to be dependent on the things that humans want. So there's obviously so many things that we think are valuable that have no like objective worth, in the universe. It's not like going to a comedy show or a concert or paying for a streaming service subscription. None of those things have like any inherent value. So what they are worth to us is pretty like subjectively determined, but I mean it all derives from things that we value collectively as humans. So at the same time, it's not like it comes out thin air, but yeah, like economics is inherently determined by human behavior. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how he explains how thinking of behavioral economics as a separate category in and of itself is useful.
Behavior of people in markets.
Yes.
Right?
Thank you.
Right? So why do we need that? Well, the reason we need that is standard economics leaves out the people. They're all about the markets. And then there are firms and workers and governments and countries and consumers, but they're all people. You pick up a big economics textbook, you'll not see the word people. There are agents. And these agents they're kind of like Spock in the old Star Trek series. Super
logical.
Very rational. Logical and maximizing. They're as smart as the smartest economist.
So when economists make a model in terms of how a market is going to behave, the assumptions that they make are that the people that make up the model are logical, rational, and will behave in the manner that is maximizes value in the model. Would that be right?
Yes. And they do that in part because that's the easiest kind of model to write down.
It works out simple.
Right. I mean, suppose you tried to write down a model of John wandering through Costco, choosing the optimal stuff to put in a basket, right? I mean, no one can solve that problem. It's too hard. So you simplify the modeling task by saying, okay, he's going to choose the best bundle. And that the math is easy. And then they add to that an assumption that people are selfish jerks.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say anything, but that seems like a relatively simple assumption.
Okay. So anyway, the idea is, well, what if we introduce some people? Because there are people run firms, people interact in markets. In fact, more and more people are interacting in markets every which way. You can bet on anything now.
But how would that manifest? So if I'm an economist and I want to make a model about, and I assume they model what would be the most efficient market for cereal, and they want to model how you would create that, how would introducing what you're suggesting change economic modeling, which I assume means you would be changing how policy is created, because policy, I would assume then, is downstream from economic modeling.
Right. Good.
Okay.
So let's start with a simple experiment.
Please.
We go into a classroom. I actually brought a prop.
What?
A mug.
What are you, Carrot Top? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
You're a professor.
I got a mug here.
All right.
Now, so what we did was we go into a classroom and we put a mug. I was teaching at Cornell at the time, so it was a Cornell insignia.
Safety school. Let's just point out very quickly, safety school. All right.
Yeah. Okay. William and
sir, we don't have time for this.
Okay. No slurs. So Cornell's a very fine school.
Yes.
So every other student has a mug sitting in front of them.
Okay.
And their neighbor doesn't get a mug. Okay. Now we have a market for the mugs. And we say, if you have a mug, John, you can sell it. Here's a price list. If it's $10, will you sell it or keep it? $9.50. And then you go down until, okay, I'll sell at $8, but I won't at $7.50.
Okay.
All right. And then the guy sitting next to you doesn't have a mug. He has a price list. At each of the following prices will you buy? Okay?
Yes.
So half the people are buyers, half of them are potential sellers.
Okay.
So their worth will be determined in this market. Now, what does economic theory say? It says the value you put on that mug should not depend on whether it's sitting right in front of you or on the desk next to you. Well, it turns out, so the mugs are distributed at random. What we should see is, let's rank the people from highest to lowest on how much they like one of those mugs.
Mhm.
The half that like mugs the most should end up with them.
Yes. That's what traditional economics would tell you.
Right.
Okay.
So about half the mugs should change hands.
Oh, they're saying that they're assuming that there is a rationality to people's affection for the mugs.
No,
well,
it's not rationality. It's an even distribution due to the not even distribution, but if you have a large enough sample size, a randomized distribution should result in about half of the people who value the mugs already receiving mugs. So, yeah, then that means about half the people should sell to the other half who didn't get the mugs.
That it doesn't depend on...
Or randomized.
We did randomize.
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
Right? They were handed out at random.
Good job.
And the assumption is that the value you put on that mug shouldn't depend on whether it's sitting directly in front of you or adjacent to you, or in other words, whether you now own it. And that will be the key phrase. And we'll come back to that.
Right.
Okay.
You do realize I am failing this class right now.
No, John,
I am lost.
you're doing great. You know,
All right.
At current grade levels,
Yes, sir.
A++.
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. In the class, do I have a mug?
Very kind.
You can buy one.
All right.
All right.
I didn't get a mug. Fair enough.
Okay. So what happens? The people who have the mugs really don't want to sell them. The people who don't have mugs aren't all that interested in buying one.
There's no market.
There is a market, but the people who have a mug demand about twice as much to give it up as the ones who don't have a mug are willing to buy it.
Oh.
So instead of half the mugs trading, we get about 20%. So what's the lesson? You know this old Stephen Sill song, Love the One You're With?
Sure.
I call this the endowment effect. That if you're endowed with something, you want to keep it. You won't give it up. But you don't have it? Okay, if the price is right, I'll buy it. This is a phenomenon we call loss aversion. That if you have something, you're going to fight like hell to keep it. If you don't have it, it's a mug,
The mug experiment is the genesis of behavioral economics, if I can sum this up. Because traditional economics would say half the mugs would change hands based on value in markets and how they should operate in terms of people that have something and people that don't and people that want it.
Okay, so he knew about this experiment already, but he couldn't figure out the distribution thing and the randomization thing, resulting in half the people who wanted mugs getting them. Okay.
But what you found is only 20% changed hands because of behavioral tendencies that were not included in the model.
Correct. A+.
Come on, brother.
Okay, good job on that, John.
I'm going to give you guys a little insight into who I am as an individual. There's nothing that I enjoy more than what I like to call a little breakfast for dinner. Now, breakfast for dinner, it's a treat. It takes me back to the childhood when you felt like, remember to get breakfast for dinner? And you were like, we're breaking all the rules. What? Scrambled eggs? Where am I? What world is this?
For dinner too.
Because magicspoon.com/TWS.
Okay, Magic Spoon.
For $5
awesome.
off. So this all sounds, if I may, insane to me. Because there could be somebody who is like
People have called me worse.
A mug fetishist, but the idea that economics don't take into account, because buy low, sell high takes into account greed. It takes into account you're trying to get value. It seems like basic economics does. Let me
give you an example.
Yes.
Suppose that your uncle.
Yeah, but the endowment effect isn't like maximally rational, So even taking greed into account, you can still have rational greed and irrational greed. So I'm assuming Thaler's models take into account more irrational behaviors and effects.
Gives you an inheritance.
Sentimental. Is it a mug or is it something different?
It's like 1,000 shares of some stock.
Okay. But my uncle gave it to me.
Your uncle gave it to you.
All right.
So you send it over to your wealth manager or broker or whatever.
All right. The 1,000 shares I got from my uncle.
Yeah.
Right.
And then the question is, do you keep them? Let's ignore taxes.
Okay. Do I keep the shares or do I sell them?
Or
For the money.
or you put them into an index fund.
Okay.
Economic theory would say the fact that if there are no tax issues, the fact you got those shares from your uncle, if you wouldn't have owned 1,000 shares of that company before, you shouldn't now. Just put it in with all the other stuff.
Don't do anything with it.
No, you should. No, not just keep it.
Oh.
Diversify the way you would everything else.
So those 1,000 shares should be turned into, some should be in higher risk, some should be in medium risk, some should be in fixed income. I should split that up in the manner that I would split up any asset that I have.
Exactly.
That's what standard economic theory would say.
Right.
Standard economic theory says the best thing I would do is to do that. But behavioral economics says I won't do that for a variety of reasons. One being maybe I'm lazy. Two being maybe I have sentimental value to my uncle, and therefore those 1,000 shares are the only thing I have to remember him by. Apparently, I didn't take any pictures. I just have this 1,000 share inherited. So I'm not going to do that. And so standard economics misses all those externalities that are part of the human condition, and therefore their models suck.
Well, we'll not make a value judgment.
Too pejorative.
You can say that.
Right.
But let me just add that notice one result of this experiment is people have a tendency to just stick with what they have. So if they got a mug, they're much more likely to end up with it than if they didn't get a mug.
Okay, I see. Okay. Possession, 9/10 of the law. So, and standard economics doesn't take in possession. And how far would this possession theory skew economic models if they don't take it into account? For instance, I have a house, so the theory of economics would be I will continue to try and get better, more valuable.
That's actually a pretty good place to apply it because the housing market is completely irrational, and actually local governments tend to sort of warp their behavior around the rational way people treat housing. So housing is probably one of the more distorted markets in the US, especially since it's so heavily commodified here. And you need pretty big interventions from the government to change people's behavior around housing the way it's currently constituted.
Housing or diversify rather than just holding it since I have it.
Yeah, and it's that particular house. So we call this status quo bias.
Okay.
That people have a tendency to just stick with what they have.
Yes, a body at rest tends to stay at rest.
Exactly.
Right. Do they really not take this into account in standard economics? That seems insane to me. Like, is that really something they don't consider?
They would consider it if there's transaction costs. So, but in the stock example, there are none. Right? It would the cost of changing 1,000 shares of Google into 1,000, put that money into an index fund will cost you $10, right? So if it was an offer to buy your house, then there would be costs to moving and
it's a pain in the ass,
right? But for most things, the economist would assume that because the cost of switching things around is low, we can ignore it.
So how does this manifest in markets? Because I want the reason why I want to talk about this, and I'll give the broader example is, things like climate policy or the ACA or those kinds of things. These are solutions to, because economics is in some ways, it's the lubricant that we use to create solutions to problems or, better conditions for people's lives and how that affects all that. And I think the premise here is that standard economics misses. And so the solutions that we design for the problems in our lives are ill-conceived.
Great. So let's take climate change as an example.
Great.
All economists, including this one, think that the first thing we should have done when we figured out there was climate change is impose a carbon tax.
Wait, most economists think that?
Yes.
Uh-oh. All right, saw a little bit of this segment here, so yeah, let's see John's full reaction to that little knowledge bomb.
May I suggest that that's incorrect?
You may, but I'm included in those.
Can I say why I think it's incorrect?
Yeah, sure.
So the minute you put a carbon tax on, people see their energy prices go up, and you will no longer be serving in office politically.
All right, then we're in agreement.
Okay, yeah, that's a pretty rational response. Yeah, that'd be very politically costly.
Well, what I'm saying is if you're God or king, or president, and you could say, all right, what policy should we have? Then the correct policy is the one that sets the prices to give people the incentive so if we increase the cost of heating your home,
yes,
to reflect the externality, the cost you're imposing on other people,
Yes.
then you'll have the correct incentives to put in solar or insulate or switch to a heat pump or whatever.
Right.
We run a poll of expert economists every couple of weeks at the University of Chicago, and there is one on that. And yeah, everybody says, yeah, that would be the ideal policy.
So they're saying a carbon tax would be the thing to solve the climate crisis because rather than changing the behavior, you have to make using fossil fuels, which are the driver of climate change.
Wait, change the behavior how? What other way would you change the behavior besides a tax?
So much more expensive that it changes people's behaviors because they won't change behavior on their own. Is that standard economics or is that behavioral economics?
No, that's standard economics.
That's standard.
That's standard.
Feels behavioral, but that's standard.
No, because it's standard because it's just changed the price. And then it's the alternative is we say you're not allowed to have we can't have cars that get less than such and such gas mileage.
Right. Which we've done.
We have So we have lots of regulations.
Okay.
We essentially don't have a carbon tax.
So the way we do it is, so standard economics, what they say is we have a series of either incentives or regulations. So it would sort of be a mix of subsidies and regulations. And that is how we will manage the energy market while also keeping an eye on trying to reduce emissions. And that's how economists would design a program to solve it. So we've done that we subsidize solar, we subsidize electric vehicles, and we regulate the miles that they must get there, and they must have a catalytic converter. Right. That is what you would consider to be standard economic theory.
No. So we're almost there.
I am fucking this up.
You are not. You're not. So
Okay,
what economists would say is we don't need
far.
all those rules and regulations. Just set the price right.
But doesn't the market set the price? Isn't that free markets?
No. The carbon tax will automatically raise the price of operating a Hummer because it only gets 8 miles to the gallon compared to some EV. So we don't have to regulate. All we have to do is get the price right. That's standard economics.
And then the market will change.
Then the market will change.
But isn't that just an intervention? How is that a market? That's just the government saying, if we set a price that is unreasonable.
Hey, what does he think a market is? I mean, we've had taxes since, like, there have been human settlements large enough to have standing armies. Like, since there's been a group that's been basically had the force enough to impose taxes. So taxes have been an aspect of markets since basically markets have been a thing.
The market will behave.
It's just setting the price so that you have the incentive to act in a way that's best for society.
But that's not economics. Economics doesn't take into account what's best for society.
Yes, it does. Yes,
Okay. All right, we're starting to get to the part where John's really showing his ass.
Wait a minute.
John,
wait a minute.
Let me
hold on here.
Economists know about externalities. And now here's the point I want to make. We don't have carbon taxes.
So wait, does John think externalities are just things like pollution or just by like effects of market behavior? Like, he doesn't think externalities are things that are like imposed on markets. Like, externalities aren't just the effects of markets on outside systems, they're also the effects of outside systems on markets.
Why? Because, and you started with this, so you got to the answer right away. You got to this because people hate taxes. They hate high prices. So what do we have? We have lots of subsidies. We have no taxes.
Yes. Well, we have, that's not exactly, I mean, we have gas taxes. Like if you go to California, it's very different than buying gas in New York.
Correct.
It's very different than buying gas in Minnesota. Or,
That's right.
All
but
right.
Even in high gasoline tax states, the taxes on emissions are still way too low compared to what they should be.
Compared to what they should be if our goal is to reduce carbon emissions.
Right.
But that's not the goal of economics. The goal of economics in a capitalist system is to make the most amount of money for your...
What? Does he think economics is the same thing as like shareholder capitalism? And does he think all capitalism is shareholder capitalism? It's like, whoa. Okay. Let's see where this goes.
Shareholder. So my point is, since when is economics about improving the human condition and not just making money for the companies that are extracting the fossil fuels from the earth? Isn't that everything else is interventionist?
Okay, so I did not answer.
Wait, holy cow. All right, economics isn't like just a single economic model. Economics is basically a study of scarcity. Like economics isn't about like money or like a specific economic model. It's just about the distribution of goods within markets based on availability of those goods and demand for those goods. It's like basically the supply and demand part. That's all. It doesn't have to do with how those goods are distributed or price. Well, okay, it incorporates all those things, but none of those things themselves are economics. Like economics at its core is just supply and demand. So this is really interesting here. We'll see where this goes.
Anticipate that my role here was going to be as the defender of neoclassical economics, but here I am.
Oh, we're here, baby.
I am here.
All
and, you know, my economist friends will be proud that I'm defending them.
All right.
So look, there's an economist named Arthur Pigou.
Oh, Pigou's work is I don't miss an essay.
Yeah. So no, he's died 100 years ago. But
that's what I meant.
Anyway, there are Pigouvian taxes. So in any economics textbook, it will say that if you're causing some harm, then the way to fix it is to charge you for the harm you're causing so that you will decide just the right amount of harm.
Is Pigouvian familiar with the 2008 financial crisis? Because that is not what happens.
Okay, I'm not saying any economist thinks that we have these optimal policies. What I'm saying is
that's how it's supposed to work.
That's the way any economist, basically, would have advised, take any council of economic advisors before this one, because they always had real economists. They would all be saying something similar to, well, what we really should do is this. But then they would say, but it's true, boss, that people hate taxes. And if they're Republicans, they really hate taxes. But we all hate paying taxes. And so we'll subsidize EVs. We won't tax Hummers. And we won't tax.
Yeah, it's interesting, like psychologically, how people process subsidies versus taxes. Like, subsidies are, I want to say subsidies are more inefficient as well. Like, they require more effort, I want to say, but psychologically, they feel better to people. But since they're harder to implement and people sort of absorb the cost of a subsidy more easily than they absorb the cost of a tax psychologically. So subsidies are less likely to actually result in behavioral changes because for some reason, people people mentally process taxes as a cost, but they don't really process subsidies, like not taking advantage of a subsidy as a cost. So like, because you have to like proactively take advantage of a subsidy, they sort of view that input as, I guess you could call it work. So missing out on a subsidy is not the same as having a tax imposed on you, because the tax will hit you if you engage in the behavior you wanted to engage in anyway. But with subsidy, you can engage in that behavior and you don't have to do anything extra to, like, you don't have to change your behavior because of a subsidy. Like, they don't process the cost of not taking that subsidy in the same way.
Tax gas and we won't tax them. So, and that all goes back to the mugs, that it's because we hate losing more than we like winning. So what we'll do is we'll have all these policies where we subsidize you to do the right thing, as opposed to penalizing you via prices for doing the wrong thing.
Which is,
folks, you love coffee, but you think the names are lame. Sanka Brewing, $60 off the Ninja Luxe Cafe Premier Series with code Stewart, exclusively on sharkninja.com. Wild supplies.
Go Shark Ninja, guys.
So this is the problem, I think, that we get to then with economics, because let's say we'll bring it back to climate policy. What I'm suggesting is all markets are designed to some extent. We sort of have this fiction that we live in a free market.
Okay. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, that's not really the right thing to say. Like, technically, all of human society is designed, but all humans have engaged in pretty similar modes of like existence since coming out of the hunter gatherer stage. Like, there were very few humans who remained in the hunter gatherer stage to modernity. Like, because we all engaged in sort of permanent settlement behavior, uh, does that mean it was like designed? I mean, I don't think John understands the concept of emergent behavior. Yeah, he doesn't understand like emergent properties or emergent behaviors. Like, that's not really the same thing as saying something is designed. You know, there's not someone dictating to humans like, hey, you know, it'd be way more efficient if you all just like gathered in permanent settlements and like planted crops and domesticated animals than, you know, hoping that the weather doesn't fuck you over and you'll be able to harvest something randomly tomorrow. You know, no one like dictated that to humans all across the planet. It's just sort of something we all engaged in based on our biology, language, ability to create fire. You know, it's just something that intuitively happened. Markets are kind of like the same way. Markets emerged all across the globe, even pre-settlement. Like, hunter-gatherers still engaged in trade. I mean, it wasn't quite the same as once we created permanent settlements, but yeah, markets are an emergent phenomenon. They're not designed top down. I don't think he really gets the distinction there.
Where it's only the rules of supply and demand, and that our policies have to, basically give way to these market forces that, if left to their own devices, will solve these. What I'm getting.
No. Okay, very few people think that markets would operate optimally if they were completely laissez-faire. That's a pretty rare belief. Those are called libertarians, and yeah, I don't think there are any countries that have been ruled by actual full-blown libertarians for very long, if ever. I mean, even Argentina right now with Javier Milei, that's not really a full-blown libertarian country. Yet that's literally not possible. Because obviously you'll have people engage in abhorrent behavior, and other people will see them engage in that behavior, and just our normative instincts will kick in, and we will literally fight to the death over people engaging in behavior that we don't think is correct. So we have two mechanisms to regulate people behaving that way. It's either war or a resource cost. And that resource cost can come in the form of sanctions, taxes, embargoes, etc. So, yeah, there's never really been such a thing as a completely free market. All markets have some impositions from somewhere. Like I said, we've had taxes almost as long as we've had like persistent markets.
Getting at is government intervention in markets is seen as a negative and paternalistic, anti-capitalist movement where muckety mucks and elites design systems that are.
This is, man, a lot of people on their left have their brains like so broken by capitalism. Like, capitalism is just a mode of organizing markets, and it just happens to be like it happens to be the most like productive mode of organization we've had for markets so far. I mean, but that doesn't mean capitalism is synonymous with markets. Markets would exist without capitalism, and capitalism is not the same as a market. So we'll see if he eventually understands that. This is the second time he's conflating the concept of capitalism and markets, and so I guess he sort of thinks that anytime you impose on markets beyond a certain point, you no longer have capitalism, or if you don't have capitalism, you don't have a market. Like, where's he going with this?
Are not as efficient and functioning as capitalist markets. But we all
Okay.
know that that's a fiction, that we intervene in markets all, the big.
Okay. So capitalism is when no intervention in markets. Okay. I don't think he under. Okay, capitalism is basically private enterprise plus speculative investment. That's all, right? You can have interventions into capitalist systems, but as long as you have like free enterprise, which is basically the government cannot tell you, hey, you cannot start a business, as long as that business isn't like inherently harmful. Like, you can't start like a nuclear weapons factory, you can't start like a child labor plant, at least in most countries, unfortunately. You can get away with that in quite a few places, but effectively, like, yes, there are impositions, but I mean, every market has normative impositions. There's no such thing as like a 100% free market. That doesn't mean you no longer have capitalism. Like, as long as you have free enterprise plus speculative investment, you have capitalism in some way, shape, or form.
Thing is always, the government's not supposed to pick winners and losers, but they do it all the time, and they've done it since time immemorial as governments.
There are two different issues here. Putting a tax on a bad, like pollution, isn't interfering with markets. It's making the market efficient in the sense that the price people are paying reflects the cost they impose on others. And it
Yeah, externalities are cost. Like, you can calculate what an externality is doing to a market. Like, we price in externalities all the time. Like, they can increase efficiency, decrease efficiency, and pollution is considered an externality that decreases the efficiency of markets. So pricing in the cost of pollutants as externalities brings a market to closer to reflecting the true value of the inputs in the market, thereby making it more efficient. Any imposition on a market isn't necessarily considered an inefficiency. So we'll see if Professor Thaler can explain that to John in a way that he understands.
It's not picking winners and losers. It's picking, there will be losers. People who like to drive gas guzzling cars will lose, but we're not aiming it at them. It's a free choice.
No, they won't lose because, let's say, that's because they have the money to burn. It doesn't affect them.
What does he think losing means? He's attaching so many normative, like he's normatively loading so many of these concepts. Like, I hate this so much, man. It's like people really need to understand that, like, normatively loading things really detracts from your ability to understand certain definitions. Like, you can't impose the outcomes you want on the definitions of things. Things mean things regardless of the outcomes that you want. Like, just because someone can afford to drive a gas guzzler and it won't impact their overall financial situation doesn't mean that they aren't, quote unquote, losing within the context of economic analysis. When he's describing losing, he's describing someone engaging in an inefficient behavior that results in unnecessary additional costs. If I'm driving an EV, I'm winning, quote unquote, because it costs less energy to run my vehicle. I pay less energy to fuel my vehicle. I mean, it costs me less to fuel my vehicle. So, and then I also, if I bought it in time to take advantage of the tax credits, I also benefited in from an additional layer of one or two tax credits on the federal and or state level, and in some places even the local level. So there's like three layers in which I'm, quote unquote, winning over someone who's driving a gas guzzler, unless you live in Texas, because they subsidize gas vehicles for some reason there. So yeah, go Texas, I guess. So yeah, he really needs to like step back from this normative framing of understanding these concepts, it's really hindering his ability to engage in this conversation.
In other words, the downstream cost of the pollution that they create won't affect them because they are buffeted either by geography or wealth. So that the tax
But
itself
that
is
No, but
doesn't
look, let's think about
matter. That doesn't matter. You're bringing in all these external concepts like, oh my goodness, this is okay. This is starting to get painful to listen to, man. Like, jeez. Yeah, this is I don't know if it's as bad as I thought it would be or worse, but yeah, I mean, I guess this is what I expected based on what I heard of this conversation before.
what we did. What did we do? We subsidized EVs. And who was the beneficiary of that? Mostly rich guys.
right. But we also, the EPA regulated what you could put out into the environment. I mean, that's how we got cleaner air when the government regulated what you could actually do.
That's
Oh
true.
my goodness. Why is he Okay, where's he going with this? I'm trying to understand. Like, okay, I'll just keep listening.
But the choice to have subsidies and regulations, it benefited some companies versus others. I mean, Tesla was a big beneficiary of this.
Exactly. No, I'm saying government always picks winners and losers and then pretends like that's something that they can't do. Like Donald Trump's a great example. He's like, government.
Okay, what the government can and can't do though doesn't affect the costs and inputs for the market though. We're talking about the inputs and the cost in the market. Like no matter what the government does, as long as you have a functioning market, there are always going to be costs and inefficiencies based on the market inputs. Now, the government can either go in a direction that incentivizes behavior that increases inefficiency or decreases inefficiency, but the market is going to trend towards the efficiencies unless it's completely defunct, like in a Soviet system, where the government has completely destroyed the capacity for the market to function at all. So, yeah, as long as the market is functioning in some way, you can put your thumb on the scale, but it's still going to trend towards where the supply and demand actually lie. And it's still going to factor in the cost of externalities. Now, where those costs fall, that can be affected by the government, but doesn't affect the fact that those costs exist. So I don't think he's really understanding that concept yet. We'll see if he gets it eventually.
Can't pick winners and losers. Oh, NVIDIA, I'll let you sell chips to China if you give me, or Intel, how about this? I'll take 10% of your company. Like,
Okay, all right. There's another thing, right? He's not getting. Okay, if NVIDIA sells those chips to China, then NVIDIA accrues the benefits of, you know, having the sales from the chips. But the overall market will still function because China will either compensate for those, for whatever inefficiencies they have from not getting the best chips available, like we've seen with DeepSeek, creating more efficient models than those that exist in Western countries right now. Or at the time, I haven't checked really where all the models are right now with Anthropic versus DeepSeek, and where basically I haven't checked where all the AI companies are relative to one another right now. Or they will stand up a domestic market, which they have been. Like last I checked, a lot of the Chinese market has caught up to most of the not caught up, but they're over 90% of the way to catching up with Korean manufacturers on the chip front. So again, he's still really not getting what's being said here. So whether the government chooses to act in a certain way or not doesn't mean that they destroy the market unless they basically violently foreclose market activity. That's like the only way to destroy a market. Like you can impose cost or you can factor in externalities or not, but those costs are still there.
I guess what I'm saying is, aren't we all operating under a fiction? And if we were,
But everything is a fiction. Like Like that's what a social construct is. Social constructs aren't like not real. Like money is a fiction, but money represents something real. Money represents capital, it represents resources, right? Like money is a stand-in for uh basically the resources and labor that you can command. And that factors in all sorts of things like social capital, uh capital as in like equipment, machinery, uh, people's labor capacity, intellect. It factors in all sorts of things, but that doesn't mean it's not. Yeah, it's a fiction, but it's like a useful fiction. You know, like if we didn't have money, we would have more inefficient ways to sort of represent the things that money does. Like we have to make all these extra calculations for trading one good for another or moving things from one place to another. Like, yes, there are fictions, but it's not a fiction in the way he's saying. Like, you can't. The way money is a fiction is the way like I don't know, like BMI is a fiction. Like, sure, BMI is a made up number, but it corresponds to something that exists in the real world. Like, if I change the metrics of BMI and, I sort of pair it up with different concepts than what it currently matches up with, that just mean I created a BMI scale that's inaccurate, you know? Like you can't change what money does and just say, okay, this means it's something different now. So we'll see where he goes with this, or if he understands like how what he's saying is potentially wrong.
We're more honest about the way economies work, we could be more honest about the way we solve some of these larger scale problems.
So I think, okay, you're skipping one step ahead.
I don't want to do that. Take me back. Take me back.
In a world where we don't know any of the people in any of the companies, so we're back in the world of inside an economist's head.
Oh boy.
We just have, there are firms and there are people and there's something people are doing that causes harm to others. The solution to that all economists agree to is put a price on that bad and then let the market clear. And the people who produce bads will suffer. And if they're poor, they'll suffer more, but that's true of all policies. That part is uncontroversial. I'm not saying that's a world we live in. In fact, my point is Sweden.
So economists don't live in the world that we live in.
No, they would call this a first best, meaning if they could design everything, that's the way they would do it. They would try to make the prices reflect the harms that are people causing and then let the chips fall where they may. That's very different from giving contracts to your buddies, which, has been going on at the local level as long as there have been politicians and buddies. We've just taken it to new levels.
Is the idea of behavioral economics to help economists get more grounded in what the actual externalities are? Is that the point? Because the way you're describing economists...
What's he talking about? Like, it's behavioral. So from what I'm understanding, behavioral economics, it's not about the externalities. It's just taking into account more appropriately the way people react to economic incentives, like that they're not maximally rationalist actors. All the externalities are the same. All the market inputs are the same. It's just basically affects the way you calculate supply and demand and what prices will be as a result of that. It doesn't it's not like you're operating in a completely different market. It's just that, where some of the levers and pulleys are going to land are a little bit different.
And the way that they talk about the economy seems utterly removed from reality to some extent.
No. Okay. So here's where
I'm the worst student you have ever had.
Oh, John, you are so far from that. These are very...
Yeah, but you'd think he'd be better for how long he's been doing politics. I mean, come on. Yeah, this is yikes. This is kind of painful.
Very good questions.
All right, let's get to it.
All right. So The point I want to start with is economists don't have a good answer to the question, why do we have only subsidies rather than taxes?
Mm-hmm.
Because as far as economists are concerned,
I mean, they do have a good answer to the question, but it's just not a satisfying answer. That doesn't mean it's not a good answer. And the answer is that people hate cost. Like you said earlier, like people hate to feel like they're losing, and they don't really chase after feeling like they're winning as often as you think they would.
they're the same. It's just a sign. If we subsidize the good thing or tax the bad thing, if there are red mugs and blue mugs, and the red mugs
in their model, they see no distinction between a subsidy and a tax. And what you're saying is a tax is actually much worse than a subsidy in real world economics, because people view losses as more damaging than wins.
Okay. Yeah, taxes are worse in terms of individual psychology. Yeah.
Which is the subsidy.
Perfect. You nailed it.
All right.
So if we're trying to understand the world, it's important to understand this thing about losses and about status quo bias, that people tend to stick with what they have, and we can use that to help or hurt people.
So how would you, taking behavioral economics, staying with the climate model, if an economist would say, it really makes no difference whether you do a tax or a subsidy, but very clearly we only do subsidies, so somebody must understand the political realities of all this. We've understood since the 70s that the world is warming through our climate policies. They've had Kyoto treaties and giant conferences every year where everybody flies private jets to discuss how we're going to change fossil fuels. And they all work through subsidies and cap and trade and net neutrality and all these different goals and things. And nothing has really changed. We've made certainly advances in solar and wind and batteries and EVs, but the energy needs of the world continue to spiral. And AI, and my point is, everything we've done has been utterly inadequate. And I guess I'm trying to figure out, what are we misunderstanding about the solutions, and how can behavioral economics give us a better angle on it than the standard economics, which have the standard economics and the standard political realities, which have failed us.
God, almost 20 years ago, I wrote a book with Cass Sunstein called Nudge.
Yes, I remember.
Right. Was he? It's not really correct to say that standard economics have failed us. It's just that, I mean, is that really something you can say? Like, that's like saying climate scientists have failed us, you know? Like, is it really the job of a climate scientist to get people to understand the implications of their work? It's almost like I guess I'd have to think about that more, but the way he phrased it is like, oh man, all this normative loading is kind of painful. Like, that's something I really want to get into, how normative concepts affect the way people process information and solutions to problems, but we'll leave that for another time. Let's just try to get through this.
Nudge.
It was a book about how we can help in this kind of situation. And so here's one example. All right, we're in this world where gas guzzling cars are too cheap, and we all would like to put a tax on that, but we can't. Well, one thing we can do is we can put labels on the cars telling you how much it's going to cost you to operate this car. Well, that will help a little.
Like a food labeling will help you with health. And if people see like, oh, this car is going to cost me $6,000 a year to buy gas for, this other car is going to cost me $3,000 a year to buy gas for, that's a piece of information that will help me make a decision. And that decision, we think, will also be better for the environment.
Right.
And so those are little things, nudges that move us in the right direction.
Right. Another example is you probably get a utility bill that I'm guessing you personally don't look at.
Oh, I look at it every day. That
tells you how much energy you use compared to your neighbors with a similar house.
Ooh, you're going with shame. Shame, you're going with economic benefit and then also shame.
Well, shame and patting on the back. Right? If you've put in solar or a heat pump,
all right.
Oh, John, most guys with McMansions like yours.
You are misunderstanding my neighborhood, sir. They would in no way. They'd be like, what are you, a pussy? What are you doing over there?
Okay, so in any case, my co-author, Cass Sunstein, was the so-called regulation czar for President Obama for a while. And his job was to make sure all the regulations that were being passed did more good than bad.
a series of nudges that would incentivize people through a variety of psychological, some would say manipulations, but understanding that could drive our economy incrementally to a more positive climate.
I mean, every tax is a psychological manipulation. Like, I was reading this thing. I'm pretty sure it was just on Wikipedia about like a tax on like certain types of clothing and how people would like sew their garments differently or something to avoid that tax. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I can look it up later. But basically, any tax is going to affect the way people behave. But uh, I mean, I get the point John is trying to make, but he's over indexing on the ability of taxes to affect certain aspects of markets. Like there are certain things that just have way too high of a utility for markets to sort of obviate aspects of human behavior. Like you just have to you basically just have to price them correctly to adjust uh behavior to appropriate levels, I guess. Um okay, well, we'll see what his point is here.
Future. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are we in a nudge economy, or should you write a book called Shove? Because, it feels like the incentives and subsidy taxes are all inadequate to address the reality of people's behavior and
Yeah.
the
Okay.
totality of what we face. Why aren't we redesigning the entire systems? Go ahead.
So nudge has two sets of critics. One you could think of as complete free market guys that's saying, go away, let markets do it.
Yeah, but they live in la la land.
Yeah. Then there are the others who are saying, come on, we have to tell people what to do. So shove. You want me to? My next book should be called Shove.
Yes.
And-
let me. Yeah. But you go ahead, and then I'll explain why I think I'm different than those two. But go ahead.
Okay. And I would just say, and there's at least one of my colleagues has written such a book, and I will point out to that person and you,
Yeah,
that if we're in that world, sometimes Trump is president. So if we want to design a system where the government just tells us what to do as opposed to nudge us, wouldn't that be worse?
Well, first of all, the government tells us what to do all the time. I mean,
Is he really? I don't think he's engaging with his government in good faith. Like you can have I guess you could have like a benevolent dictator who maximally takes in expert opinion and imposes levies and taxes in a way such that they maximize for efficiency in all aspects of the market. And you treat private actors as purely amoral agents who are only ever going to do the wrong thing if they think they can get one over on someone. But he doesn't take into account the fact that private actors don't act unilaterally. They don't act unilaterally as a single entity in opposition to the government. Like I don't know if John would call himself a socialist, but this is a very like I don't know. This is a really strange way of thinking about markets. Like you have a bunch of private actors who are competing with each other. And yes, they can engage in collusionary behavior, but that's not the standard assumption for how all markets operate. Now, we have a level of consolidation and I guess in some markets you could say collusion that is way too high or they have too large of an effect on the market, but that doesn't mean that it would be an absolute good to have the government like basically dictate what private actors can do. Um like you still want private actors to be able to push against government action, and basically you want to achieve some sort of equilibrium through both regulation and government imposition and private actors competing with one another and trying to get the government to behave optimally for whatever goals they're trying to achieve as well. And of course, you want to take into account the will of like people as stakeholders in markets. Now, that would be a better place for John to come from, to say, hey, markets don't adequately take into account the will of individual stakeholders and the way externalities affect them, which is 100% true. But that doesn't mean that if you have basically totalitarian government, like that's basically what he's describing, just have the government make impositions on private actors, because I guess the assumption on his part is that's always going to be better than whatever outcomes private actors arrive at. Um, but yeah, you can obviously have people in government who are going to do things that create worse outcomes than if you let private actors engage in engage with markets on their own terms. Um, yeah, he's way too maximalist here. We'll see how Professor Thaler counters his point.
Any regulation and all those kinds of things. So, it's
You're saying we should
shove.
We should shove.
Let me explain what I'm saying.
All right, do it.
So when I say shove, I don't mean the government saying to people, you are not allowed to use this much electricity, or you are not allowed to use this much gas,
Okay.
do that. When I say shove, it means understanding what the 10,000 years of, human endeavor and progress on this earth really means. We are a species that if shit's easier, we will do it that way. Like the horse didn't go by the wayside of the car because, of anything other than like, wait a minute, I can get there in half the time and not have the smell of horse shit. Done. Like we are incentivized to, you've given me a product that makes my life easier. We don't care where the electricity comes from. When I say shove, it's this. It's stop thinking incrementally about the subsidies and the
Oh
thing.
boy.
People want the convenience that modern life has provided them, whether they live in the global south or whether they live in our thing. And shove means these incremental systems, and with all its political peril and all those things, aren't what's actually going to solve the problem. Shove means looking at mitigating the damage that human beings, in all their greed and convenience, need. In other words, shove is not telling people what to do. It's getting scientists to help us clean up this mess, meaning carbon capture or other types of models, because what you won't be able to do through a series of nudges is make people not want the most efficient, convenient, cheapest thing that they can possibly get. And anything that doesn't take that into account is naive. So I'm not suggesting a paternalistic government that decides.
But what are you suggesting then? Like I don't know if this makes sense. Okay. The only way this makes sense is if he believes that the government is so divorced from what people actually want that none of what has happened in the past 30 to 60 years has been a reflection of popular will at all. And oh god, I really don't like this. So this is going like in like the uniparty direction, where like Democrats and Republicans are not actually opposition. They're just playing a dance where like Republicans are maximum evil and Democrats are like the tiny evil that kind of give you a trickle of what you want, but really they're also working for the big bad corporations to make your life hell. Like, is that where he's going with this? That's so stupid. Okay. All right, this is kind of painful. I mean, obviously there are ways in which the government doesn't reflect the popular will. We have the Senate. We have disproportionate representation for low population centers and counties, but that doesn't mean that the government doesn't reflect any of popular will at all. But we'll see if that's where he's going with this.
Oh my God, climate changes, and we've got to be better people. And how do we incentivize everyone to be better people? I don't think, my view is you can't. You actually need to think completely differently and create a model that creates robust markets in damage mitigation and carbon mitigation. That's my position.
Okay, but
But so what does he think the Biden administration did with the Inflation Reduction Act? I mean, if we could pass a carbon tax, we would have done it. So does he think like the Biden admin was just like, oh, we could do all these things, but we just don't want to? Like, the Inflation Reduction Act was the biggest single piece of climate change legislation in the history of the planet Earth. Like, there are things that we could do better, but it was a reflection of the Democratic mandate. Now, we had like Israel Palestine sort of overshadow everything. And we did find that even though this is actually a perfect example, though, because we passed the Inflation Reduction Act before. I'd have to look at the exact timeline, but we passed the Inflation Reduction Act before October 7th. I'm pretty sure did we? Oh man. Yeah, October 7th, 2023. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting like the Ukraine invasion and October 7th mixed up. So we passed it before October 7th. We had large swaths of it implemented, and I know because like I contracted for a company that was helping people take advantage of incentives and helping contractors as well. Um, so we had all these things in place. People were taking advantage of the subsidies, but it didn't really reflect in polling or the way people viewed the Biden administration at all. So, yeah, you can say, oh, like the government isn't doing things that people want, but I mean, we had the Inflation Reduction Act. All those policies had a chance to sort of get out into the real world. A lot of people took advantage of the tax credits for various things like heat pumps, solar panels, EVs. But we didn't see that reflect in any polling. We didn't really see that reflect in the way people voted in 2024. So you can say that it's not reflecting the popular will, but it's kind of like most people just really didn't give a shit as much as like pundits talk about climate change or people on the left talk about climate change and how important they view it is. Like when push comes to shove, people really don't care about climate change all that much. Hello, AZV 27391. So, okay, let's see where John takes this conversation.
I would say is that position is identical to the one that you mocked.
Whoa!
The standard economic prescription, which is set the prices right, and then people will have all the incentive to invent the new technologies to solve it. If the carbon prices are right, then people are going to pour all kinds of money.
That's only one way of doing it, though. That's setting the carbon price is not necessarily the only way to do it. The other way to
what's the create a okay
do it
John.
Is create a market for mitigation. That's what I'm saying. It's not just about carbon.
There will be a market for mitigation.
It is just about carbon.
But if it doesn't cost you much to emit carbon, then people won't buy it.
The externalities are not priced appropriately.
It's that you need to create a market for profit.
Do I believe that policy should be made to mitigate the climate issue? Yeah, I absolutely believe that. Yeah, I believe we should have carbon taxes, but I feel like John doesn't really understand. He's conflating a bunch of different concepts. He's conflating capitalism with economics. He's conflating like externalities with like normative concepts. It's like I explained it a bit earlier, but it's like he's taking all these different concepts and sort of like melding them together in ways that don't make sense. Like political will is different from your economic system. Like externalities are going to exist whether the government prices them in or not. And the only way to basically the only way to stop markets from forming around the most efficient ways to do things is to basically grind markets to a halt through force, like communist countries did, like the USSR did. And we all know how well that worked out for them. Like, you can go look at documentaries from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Like, you can see what the USSR looked like. Um, like, markets have been a thing for as long as humans have had settlements. So, yeah, and externalities are going to create inefficiencies, and it's best for the government to maximally price them in, because that will actually result in more efficient markets, not less. So basically, the way he's processing externalities are, I think the word is confusing him. It's almost like he thinks externalities aren't a part of economic systems. So, okay, externalities are things that, like, okay, so let's say you want to sell a car, and so you have your car factory, you build the car, and the car factory pumps out like 50 tons of carbon dioxide while you build the car. And that 50 tons of carbon dioxide harms the surrounding community for, let's say that 50 tons causes like $10,000 of harm, right? But that $10,000 of harm isn't priced into the manufacturing cost of the car. So it costs you $10,000 to build the car, you sell it for 20,000, and you make a profit of $10,000 before taxes. But what that car actually cost was 20,000, because that carbon dioxide that you pumped out into the atmosphere cost $10,000 to the surrounding community in damage. So that $10,000 of damage from the carbon dioxide is an externality, right? And you can put a price on externalities in different ways, but basically externalities are either inputs or outputs from any economic activity that aren't inherent to the production, sale, or buying of the products in that market, right? Like, there is no market for the carbon dioxide that's created when you build the car. So when you price that externality in, either like through a tax or subsidy, then you are bringing the market more in line with what the reality of the cost and the inputs are for building that car. So basically, John Stewart isn't really understanding how externalities fit into economic models, and this guy, Professor Thaler, is sort of trying to explain it to him, and it feels like he's getting it in some ways and he's not getting it in others. But so, like, you can tell that John Stewart has like a goal as to where he wants the government to go and where he wants the economy to go, but he doesn't really understand how economics operates independently of all those factors. So it's kind of interesting watching the way he's sort of like processing all the details of the conversation.
For companies, not people.
That John,
Am I nuts?
yeah.
Let's rewind a bit.
And then people won't buy it.
No, it's not that people will buy it. It's that you need to create a market for profit for companies, not people.
That John,
Am I nuts?
yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait,
Yep.
you need
For
sorry.
profit. No, it's not that people will buy it. It's that you need to create a market for profit for companies, not people.
That John,
Am I nuts?
People are in
yeah.
the companies. No, you can't say that, because externalities get priced in all the time. Like, externalities get priced in the form of fines, taxes, regulations. So not all externalities just get shoved off into the broader system. Like, externalities get priced in, like you limit the speed at which someone can do something. You limit like how much emissions a company can put into the air. You limit the sort of like toxic runoff a factory can create. So their externalities are priced in all the time. but we do a really bad job on the carbon front. Like, we do not price in externalities from methane, carbon, deforestation, a bunch of different processes that accelerate climate change. We do a really bad job of pricing in those externalities. But there are a lot of other externalities that we price in all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
You know what's interesting about the avocado? And I've never really thought about this. When you cut it open, you get that perfect little scoop with the little indentation. Have you ever thought to yourself, I bet that's comfortable to sleep in? Almost looks like a body shape.
Okay, great. I'm
You
glad
just
I
lie there.
explained that in a way that makes sense.
It's all made from, can actual avocado say avocadogreenmattress.com/TWS to get up to 15% off. avocadogreenmattress.com/TWS for up to 15% off mattresses. avocadogreenmattress.com/TWS. But then explain to me how nudge is going to, everything we've been talking about is this is an urgent crisis, and all the nudging and subsidies is only incrementally inching us to something. Meanwhile, you have a whole global south that hasn't developed the progress at the pace that in the global north has. And now we're telling them you have to do it through these series of subsidies and markets. That seems unrealistic. It seems more realistic to go to Exxon or wherever they are and go, we'll give you a shit ton of money if you can figure out how to clean carbon out of our atmosphere.
Well, but we wouldn't have to go to them to do that if the prices were right.
But what I'm saying is, if you live in the reality of the world, look at the yellow vest movement in Europe. Like,
politics is different from economics, though. It's like, why is he's like putting all these things in the same bucket. This is it's so funny watching this, because I feel like this sort of explains how a lot of people think about things, it's like the way you want things to happen is different from the way you describe things that are happening. So, like, this professor guy is just trying to tell him, like, hey, this is how things work. This is how markets work. This is how people price certain things into the market. And John is like, yeah, but we want to get over here. And it's like, the professor's like, yeah, we all want to get over there, but that doesn't factor into the economic sides of things. I don't have a background in economics, but I'm just like obsessed with politics, and you could say I'm obsessed with a lot of the economic side of things, but I guess I really think about a lot of the technocratic aspects of politics, which involves a lot of different fields. So it involves economics, it involves sociology, I guess, it involves epidemiology, things like that. I want to get into a bunch of different topics that are scientifically oriented that do have to do with the way we think about politics. But what I really want to help people understand is like how those things function independently of the politics, and then how you can build a politics to get to the solutions you want. Because I feel like a lot of people look at the solutions they want first, and they sort of want to impose the politics on the reality that exists outside of the politics. And it's like, no, you have to model the way things are happening first, and then you get to the political solutions. And you bring in all the stakeholders and the experts and the people who understand all the things that are affecting the world in a certain way, but you have to understand all the underlying issues independently of the politics that affect how we get there.
even Europe with their we're doing the right thing and we ride our bikes everywhere. When you set the carbon price not to the market of supply and demand, but to the idea of what would be best for the world, you make yourself politically untenable. And that's to me the largest problem.
We're in agreement. And
You just said I was out in the. Wait a minute.
no,
Because he's saying you're not understanding the economics as distinct from the politics. And it's so crazy that he's not getting this concept. Like, the politics and the economics are two different things. So you have to describe the economics first, and then you can figure out how you get there with the politics after. Like, come on, John, we can get there. Let's do it.
we are in agreement. No, but John, you want to have it both ways.
Professor.
Exactly.
When are your office hours, Professor? I'm coming in there. This grade, C-. Come on, man.
Man, you know what? I've given you office hours at 8 a.m. California time. This is the first
Oh,
time
snap, tell him.
I've ever had office hours at 8 o'clock in the morning, John.
Sir,
And,
point
and
taken.
I have a long career.
Point taken.
So
Objection sustained.
you know, you have office hours anytime you
Well,
want, but
we're
it's
mixing
going to be
metaphors
starting
here.
at 10
Yes.
my time,
Done.
henceforth.
Works better for me too.
So let me move to a slight one direction.
Yes.
GPS.
Okay.
If you have to, you do leave home occasionally, I hear.
Pretty occasionally, sir.
Yeah,
That's
you know-
not a ton.
Yeah. You know,
Pretty comfortable.
before we get off the topic of status quo bias,
Yes.
you know, some people have called me the first clinical economist.
Because of the psychological aspect of what you do? Okay.
Yeah. And I think
That's
there is
funny.
some danger you suffer from status quo bias syndrome.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Tell me more.
Is the professor finally telling John how it is?
you know, I'm always up for having a new illness.
Yeah. Doesn't like leaving home.
Yep.
Um,
No questions asked. then.
starts every show with some left-handed scribbling that
Yes, sir.
looks sort of panic.
Oh, by the
Uh,
way, if anybody would see it, there's no artistry there. It is really,
You know, Brittany and her team.
yes, our producers. Yeah.
Yeah, they tell me that there's a lot of status quo bias syndrome in our
You're
boss.
saying inertia. There's a lot of inertia.
Yeah,
I get you, I get you.
I
Looks like
would
this
add
guy's a real fan.
continuing to root for the Mets for
Oh, snap. He's
Yeah.
going in.
You know,
No, if you're saying that I somehow seem to be in love with the type of pain, yeah.
Hey, well, you know, the Knicks did really well recently. You know, there's always hope.
Masochism runs in my family.
I'm going to get in a lot of trouble for the following statement, and then I
Yes.
will move on.
Yes, please.
Don't think there's anything wrong with firing your team.
Oh, so you're treading on very
What?
dangerous ground right now.
Look, I also grew up in New Jersey.
This type of heresy, sir. Galileo was killed for less, sir.
Yeah,
That's-
I know. We could
all
both.
right.
We may not want to air this episode, you know, but, because I think we both could get burned at this.
Not
You're just
at
trying
all,
to burn
not
it
at
all
all.
down.
But I grew up in North Jersey, but so I grew up a Yankees fan
Yes.
in the Mantle and Maris glory years,
Sure.
and then I grew to hate George Steinbrenner. And in my class on managerial decision making, I had one of my rules: don't be like George Steinbrenner.
Fair enough.
Okay.
You're saying don't go to jail for any violations of certain shipping rules? Or is
No.
that-
I mean, don't hire and fire the same
Oh.
manager 3 times. And
Okay.
every
But George Steinbrenner did win championships.
he did, but not in a way that
You enjoy.
or I approved of.
Okay.
And so I fired the Yankees,
All right.
and I'm just saying you should,
Yes.
you know,
But after you fired the
It-
Yankees, they apparently still had a job. So what I'm saying is
No,
that
but
firing has
look.
no impact.
but look, my son suffers from this. When he was a kid, he fell in love with the Dolphins.
Great uniform. Dan Marino. I'm assuming that was the Dan Marino era.
Great uniform. His wife and 2 daughters, you know, they live in San Francisco. They all adopted the Niners,
I could see that.
but they have to put up with that turquoise and orange.
Yeah.
You know, the costs he's imposed.
So is the point you're making here, if I may, is the point you're making that I
Is
am
he
not
finally
giving
getting it?
humankind enough credit for an ability to adapt
Are you
to
getting there, John?
understanding that the long-term harms that our short-term actions are taking are damaging us, and that if I'm just nudging them enough, we will understand that the short-term pleasure is not worth the long-term harm.
No, I mean what I was just doing is giving you a little shit. But let's get back to climate change. GPS is my favorite kind of nudge, and I'm sort of geographically dyslexic, and GPS has like saved me. I can wander around in a strange city and find my way back to my hotel all by myself.
You're a big boy.
Normally, I need my wife leading me by the hand.
Yes.
Now, and my mantra is design policies, make it easy.
Yes.
That's my mantra, make it
Yeah,
easy.
You and I are agreeing. And you
Okay.
can't tell people to go back to paper maps because, so let's say we found out that GPS emits something through the towers that they use in the satellites
Okay, is he actually gonna have a good metaphor here?
that is heating the environment. Nudging people back to maps isn't going to work. And
No.
so what I'm saying is you have to create shoves that create new
no.
avenues and new incentives that allow people to still enjoy the benefits of that progress while mitigating.
No, but
Okay, he's still not understanding. The problem isn't that the shoves don't exist. The issue is that the economic solutions are different from the political realities of how you get to the solutions. He's still putting all of those things in the same bucket. You still haven't gone it yet, John. Come on.
We don't. Nobody's required to use GPS.
But it's better.
Exactly
right. That's my point. And
Are you
oil
getting
and
there?
like energy is better. People need energy, and a lot of the suggestions from governments is let's use less.
Okay, so bear with me, John.
Yeah, please.
Let's switch to a different problem.
Let's do ACA. Let's do healthcare, because that's another one that I think, in terms of its incentives and subsidies,
Yes.
but it's nudging a broken system when we should be shoving.
Okay, so let's go there by way of retirement saving, because
Yes.
because
Let's
that
do it.
one we did a little thing. All right, so one of the problems economists ignore is that
Right.
people have self-control.
Okay, so earlier in the show, they were talking about basically incentives to sort of behave in more efficient ways in markets, right? So this intellectual, I'm not sure if he's a formal economist, but his name's Cass Sunstein. He's a pretty famous sort of liberal thinker. He was an advisor in the Obama administration, and he wrote this book called Nudge, and it was sort of about how to incentivize certain behaviors in markets that would lead to better outcomes, right? So basically, the most yeah, so intensive are shoves. So here's the way to think of it, right? So nudges would be like subsidies. Like in the Inflation Reduction Act, there were a lot of subsidies to like buy an EV, get solar panels, switch your HVAC system to use a heat pump. So those are subsidies. Subsidies are great. But people ignore subsidies a lot because like people don't view saving in the same way they view losing. So really, the better thing to do is to tax bad behaviors than to incentivize good behaviors. But legislatively, it's easier to get incentives for good behaviors through than it is to punish bad behaviors. So a shove would be a tax. A nudge would be a subsidy. So John is basically saying like, hey, why don't we get all these shoves into place? And it's like, okay, yes, economists do think it's more efficient to use taxes to incentivize certain behaviors to price in externalities in the markets. But that's different from the political reality that it's really difficult to pass new taxes, you know? So yeah, even if you want to do a shove, to do that with actual politics is really difficult, and it's easier to just do nudges. So John is really conflating this concept of like the economic reality of it being better to use taxes with your ability to do them politically. And it's like, those are two separate buckets, John. Like it's not more ideal. It's more ideal to use shoves. It's more ideal to use taxes because psychologically people want to avoid taxes more than they want to take advantage of subsidies. So taxes like catch a lot more of the behavior you want to disincentivize. Yeah, exactly. It's easier politically to use nudges and incentives. Yeah. But John is like, we got to get the shoves in there. Like we have to do it. So like, why doesn't the economics factor that in? And it's like, John, that's a totally different issue. The economics is separate from the politics. And it's like, we'll see if he gets there. Like this has been so circuitous, and it's kind of crazy making that he doesn't understand the politics being separate from the economics so far. But we'll see if he gets there. Come on, John, you can do it.
You know, we're fat. We drink too much. We don't save enough.
Dark vision.
You know, look around.
So now they're switching to using healthcare. Like a lot of externalities exist in the healthcare system. So we'll see if he gets to understand that, because that gets a little bit more to the behavioral side of things, since this guy's a behavioral economist. So like, I guess it'll be easier to factor those things in with healthcare because the excesses people engage in don't just affect the environment, but they affect individuals as well. So if you engage in unhealthy behavior, that not only increase healthcare costs, but it increase costs to you as an individual as well. So, but again, we also have this problem of normative loading where people think that like, oh, if you don't pay for everything in healthcare, you're just being evil. And it's like, okay, but there's still a cost and you still have to pay for it. So even if you get rid of all the private health insurance companies, you will still have all those same costs, and those costs are real. Like getting rid of all the private healthcare companies won't take away the cost of healthcare. The Affordable Care Act capped the amount of profits a private health insurance company can take. So it capped the profits at, I believe, 6%. So that 6% doesn't amount to a whole lot of the costs in the healthcare system. So even though private healthcare has a lot of issues, the costs aren't going to disappear if you switch to government healthcare. So we'll see if Professor Thaler gets this across to John.
Open your eyes.
Social Security was kind of a way to mitigate that, no?
Yeah, but it works pretty well for one segment, which is
I think he means Medicare. Okay. Social Security is cash payments to live off of. Medicare covers health insurance for older people.
People who have regular low-paying jobs. The replacement rate is pretty well. Open your. We don't save enough.
Okay. He's talking about savings.
Look around.
Yeah. Okay.
Open
Social
your
Security
eyes.
helps.
Social Security was kind of a way to mitigate that.
Yeah, but it works pretty well for one segment, which is people who have regular low-paying jobs. The replacement rate is kind of okay, but if you're in and out, not so much. And for the upper middle class, Social Security isn't enough really to live on. And we used to have these old-fashioned defined benefit pension plans that guaranteed you an annuity depending on how much you made and how long you worked. And they got replaced with these 401k things.
Right. And those pensions were generally matched by employers, and they were part of the responsibility and compensation package that you would get from the old world of you went to work at a factory and you left it 45 years later.
Right. And you had no decisions to make. And with the new 401k, you had to join and decide how much to save and how to invest. And that was hard. And a lot of people.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? When you say single payer, do you mean outlaw private insurance completely? Because almost zero countries on earth, the only country I believe that has zero private insurance is the UK. And you have a lot of interference in the market from their political parties. Like, for example, right now in the UK, if you're trans, there's basically no way to get healthcare at all. The line is impossibly long. They keep it artificially long on purpose for political reasons. So if you were trans in the UK, would you rather be there and not be able to get any healthcare at all through your health insurance system? Because you end up having to pay for the whole thing out of pocket. Like they have basically these funds where they pool cost. So basically, if you're trans and you're in the UK, you go to this organization where you pay into it, and then they make it easier for you to get your healthcare at a reduced cost because there are all these other trans people paying it into it, which is basically a private healthcare company in a country that has no private healthcare because they made it impossible to access that care through the single payer system. So, you're not always going to get a better outcome if you force single payer only. And the UK is the only like developed economy that has forced single payer. So it'd be good to have a public option and basically full Medicaid. So basically anybody can opt into Medicaid and you would be taxed according to however you make. And then you can choose to supplement it with private insurance. But getting rid of private insurance wouldn't solve the problem of cost. So this is what I think Professor Thaler is going to try to convey to John, and we'll see if John ends up in the same place he was before, which is not understanding the problem of cost existing separately from what the government actually does.
People in the early days of these didn't even join, and the company was matching their contributions. It's the dumbest thing. It's turning down free money. So how did we, I'm not going to say fix this, but improve it? One thing we did was we said it used to be if you wanted to be in the 401k, you had to fill out a form. We said, okay, let's change the default. People are good at doing nothing. So
Yeah, so now you have to opt out.
You're not a fan of people, sir.
I mean, people do stupid
we go
things.
back, rewind the tape to the diagnosis of John, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you now get a message saying, "Welcome to our firm. We're going to enroll you in the 401k plan unless you fill out this form."
Right. So you made it so that the opt-out took an action, whereas the opt-in did not take an action, therefore incentivizing the opt-in, which is the better outcome for people in terms of money.
Right, and incentivizing cost just by changing the box, right? So again, a regular economists would assume it doesn't matter what box is ticked. If by joining I get a match,
would they really? Like regular economists don't take into account pain in the ass, like that level of it?
They would say the cost of ticking a box versus 6% of your salary. I mean, really?
Here's what I would say. Businesses understand that. That's why your credit card bill is unintelligible. Like when you read all that fine print, you have no idea what you're reading. And that's purpose obfuscation. It's purposeful. They understand that people aren't going to wade through that. They're not going to understand that, wait a minute, after 6 months, this goes up to 21%. They understand how to manipulate us all the time.
Absolutely. All right. We are exactly on the same page.
Yes. The system is designed to exploit us.
You are typically automatically enrolled in a 401k
because of the way that the system is allowed to be designed.
Right.
And business.
Look,
sorry, I should have paused there. Yeah, so if you're a full-time employee at a business, if you're not a contractor, if you don't have lower than, I believe, 30 hours, I think some places it's 35, then you're typically your company is required to give you the option to enroll in a 401k. I think there are exceptions for small businesses and family-owned businesses below a certain size. But yeah, typically you would have to opt out of enrolling in a 401k, which is like, why wouldn't you? Because most companies match up to 3 to 9%. I'd say the average is 6% matching. Yeah. So basically you would contribute 3%, then they would match up to double 3%. So typically most people would basically have the equivalent of putting 9% of their salary in a 401k if they had 6% matching. Like I said, it can go from 3 to 9%. So a lot of people are going to have the equivalent of somewhere between 6 and 18% of their salary put into a 401k every month. So yeah, that's pretty good that's a way to force people to save money without, allowing them to engage in harmful behavior of opting out by default. Yeah, it basically has replaced pensions for most companies. Some sectors of the U.S. still have pensions. That'll typically be unionized places. And the military has benefits. I'm not sure if they call it a pension, but they have benefits based on the role you served and how long you were in the military, and a lot of things like bus drivers, train conductors, anyone who works in public transportation, firefighters, police officers. So, first responders who work directly for the government, for a local government, they will have a traditional pension, and they will probably also have a 401k on top of that. But most private employees and a lot of I guess you could say white collar government workers don't have a pension. They would typically only have a 401k.
They understand how to manipulate us all the time.
Absolutely. All right. We are exactly on the same page.
Yes. The system is designed to exploit us, and people don't have an ability to understand that because of the way that the system is allowed to be designed.
Right. And look, making it opt out is good for people. And we improved pension plans just by switching which box is ticked.
Right. No, that sounds like a very smart move.
But of course, companies learned the same trick, not from us, or at least I'm not taking the blame.
They're reverse engineering, of course. Nabisco makes chips that they design them so that they're almost impossible not to eat. You get fat, and then Big Pharma makes GLP-1s, and that makes it so that you control your appetite. So then Nabisco has to engineer that to get past. I mean, this is the cycle of exploitation, and I mean that gets back to the incentive here is greed. That's what we're doing, and that's why I'm saying nudges.
I mean, the incentive for everything is greed, though. Like, any creature is going to be self-interested. That's like, that goes back to evolution. That's not just economics. That's like basic biology. So I'm trying to understand where he's going with this. Is he saying that like we should factor greed in differently than we already do? But again, that's not the job of an economist, though. So we're still talking about the economic side here. So the economics is going to factor in that greed component. But I mean, the solution is to elect politicians who create policies that maximally factor that in as well. But again, I feel like he's putting that on the economists. Like, is he saying like economists should change their model to reflect the politics? Like, all right, well, I get where he's going with this, but it's wrong. And I'm not sure if he's like trying to adjust to what Professor Thaler is saying to him, or if he's just keeps trying to reframe what he thinks until Professor Thaler like gives in somehow. It's like you're not gonna get him to reframe the entirety of the field of economics in a podcast.
Sometimes are inadequate and shoves. Yeah.
Okay, I totally agree. So far, the only thing we disagree about.
The Mets.
Yeah, okay. The two things we disagree about.
How long do you think it's going to take you to cook dinner tonight? What do you think it's going to take? 30 minutes?
All right, leaving us on a cliffhanger.
We're renewing
Good job.
Things we disagree about are
healthier eating, easy.
Factor meals. Awesome.
Getting the two things we disagree about are the Mets.
Yeah.
And whether getting the prices right would be sufficient.
So let's look at the ACA, because the whole idea there is if we create a market for insurance, we'll get the prices right. And we'll subsidize for the people who can't, because to get the market to be efficient, we need everybody to be in it. And to get the insurance companies to allow everybody to be in it, we're going to have to make sure that we subsidize them, because the markets include people with pre-existing conditions or people who are not healthy, and the insurance companies don't want to deal with that. So we do little nudges about, you can check this box because it's a very complicated market. And I look at that and think we are papering over a broken system with nudges when we have to shove ourselves into what makes the most sense for healthcare, which every other developed country in the world has already realized, which is free market incentives don't work in a system with those kinds of externalities.
Okay, partially, but not completely. Like, the funny thing is, we intervene in healthcare in a lot of ways in the US that he's not even taking into account here. Like, we allow a lot of sort of accreditation boards. Like, for example, we allow them to limit the number of residencies, the number of residencies for different specializations for medicine. We have massive shortfalls in people who are in internal medicine and family medicine because of the difference in salary. Like, the costs for medical school are astronomical because a lot of it goes through private universities. And even if you go to a public university, we just don't provide scholarships for the full, years and years of medical training. Residencies are underpaid. Like, basically you get paid to do a residency as if you were receiving almost like a stipend tier of compensation, like a master's student. Like, there's so many areas where we artificially increase the cost on the input side for medicine. And it's like he almost wants to assume all the costs are at the point of care, or like are imposed by insurance companies. Like, where does he think all the costs in the healthcare system come from?
Healthcare.
And okay, and then we have externalities that are caused by the way people behave as individuals. Like, okay, people like eat too much food, they eat unhealthy, they don't exercise enough. But even if the government takes on all those costs are still there. So like switching healthcare to being entirely government run will not get rid of those costs. And like I said, that 6% profit margin for private health insurance companies, that is like barely scratching the surface. And they still engage in a lot of behaviors to reduce the cost by negotiating for compensation with doctors. Like private health insurance companies have to negotiate with doctors for how much they're willing to pay them. And a lot of costs also have nothing to do with insurance companies. They go through, oh my goodness, am I forgetting this acronym? Like managed care. Oh my goodness, how am I forgetting the acronym? I have to look this up. Is it like PCMB? No. Yeah, okay. PBM, pharmacy benefit manager, that's it. Like PBMs, they create a lot of the inefficiencies that exist in the market because they basically prioritize certain pharmacies over others for getting access to certain drugs, making them available at certain price points. Like there's basically there's so many points that costs exist in the US healthcare system that John isn't taking into account. So he thinks like just making the government run everything is going to be this magic solution that gets rid of all those excess costs.
Will never be a functioning market. And the system is designed to exploit people's need to not die. And by creating the ACA and all those other things, we're papering over what should be the reality of the system, which is centralizing it is the only way to create something that will efficiently help people not die. That's where I
Again, almost no country centralizes all of their healthcare. The only country that has fully centralized healthcare is the UK, and they still have a lot of cost issues. Centralization is not going to resolve all these issues that he thinks it will. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't have more public options for healthcare. We absolutely should have a public option, but again, that is not the end all and be all of healthcare cost.
would crystallize my argument in all of this.
Right. And obviously, we're going to have no listeners left if we
we don't have
if we go all the way down that path. Here's what I will say.
Mhm.
I was actually in the White House while the catastrophic website that was being designed for ACA, which crashed on the opening day.
Right.
Somebody was designing that, and I was talking to somebody. I said,
Wait, you were in the White House while that was going on?
While it was crashing, before that, when somebody was designing it, and I said, "Oh, can I go talk to that guy?" And they said, "Oh yeah, go see that guy." And they show me some screenshots, and so here's what a behavioral economist thinks about. Somebody had decided that the plans should be grouped into categories, and the categories should get labels of metals, like platinum, gold, silver, bronze.
Oh, sell it like timeshares.
And so I said, why should we do this? And I never got an answer of what the theory was for why.
I think the theory is like credit cards. Like you get a platinum, you get a black card, you get one is basic.
Yeah, a model like that would work fine in the US. Like, for example, I think we should have public hospitals in the United States. we don't have any public hospitals. I think that's a mistake. We saw the cost of that during the COVID crisis. Private hospitals only have enough beds for which they can maximally turn a profit. So if you ever have a mass outbreak or an epidemic, you are going to have massive shortages of medical supplies because a privately run hospital is going to try to reduce costs. They're going to try to reduce their overall footprint. So they're only going to keep on hand what they need to take care of people in a typical surge for crisis. So they're not going to have what you need to respond to an epidemic or a pandemic like we saw during COVID. And we saw people dying and being stored in freezers outside, like just bodies being stored in freezers outside of hospitals because we just had no way. And there were beds in hallways and corridors. So yeah, absolutely, we can have public hospitals, but again, that's not where John Stewart is going with this. Like, he thinks that magically, like, putting all the cost in the hands of the government will get rid of all these other issues. And there's so many issues with the US healthcare system that have nothing to do with the insurance system that we could solve. And it's just like, John, there are all these levers that we can pull. Just getting almost nobody gets rid of private insurance to solve those issues. And a lot of people, they just like say like, oh, Medicare for all, like it'll fix all these other problems. And it's like, no, there's so many other issues with the US healthcare system, and almost no one wants to have this like nuanced conversation as to where we can reduce inefficiencies, where we could like make negotiating for certain costs easier, where, you know, maybe we need to increase the amount of doctors that we have in the country, and that will have the side effect of reducing the salary a doctor earns, you know. So there are all these areas that people are just not really ready to have the conversation as to the full healthcare picture in the United States. Um, but yeah, absolutely, you should have the choice to have like a public or private option as far as like going to a hospital or going to a doctor, and they will compete with each other to provide the best outcome. Like, we have public mail delivery, we have the United States Postal Service, but that doesn't preclude private actors from creating their own businesses. So we have USPS, but they still compete with like DHL, UPS, FedEx. Um, Exactly. Like, having a public option can drive down costs because private actors have another option to compete with. Uh, you know, like, competition is good. That is one thing that's universally true about any market, which is competition is good. And I personally believe that the government competing with private actors in various sectors can produce the best outcomes. And there are a lot of people who are just like, no, private is the way to go. That's going to get you the maximum efficiency. And then other people are like, oh no, the profit incentive is corrosive. So you should only have the government provide solutions in this field. And I'm always like, no, what you want is competition. And it doesn't matter where the competition comes from, as long as you have like a baseline of service that people cannot go below, and you maximize competition above that baseline, that's what's going to produce the best outcomes. And a lot of times that's going to look like both public and private competition within different sectors.
One is got some frills, the other is free drinks and food.
Right.
You know. Yeah.
But then down at the bottom, there was another category,
Yep.
and it didn't get a medal. It was called catastrophic. I said, wait a minute.
I remember that.
Catastrophic policy is one with a high deductible.
It only helps you if the shit hits the fan.
Yeah, but a lot of economists would say that's probably the most efficient policy. But my comment to these guys was, wait, you're not calling one of the brands catastrophic, right? We've got platinum, gold, bronze, catastrophic. And they say, yeah, well, that's what economists call those plans.
But my comment would be, catastrophic is how I would categorize the choice to treat healthcare like it's a product that companies like health insurers haven't already figured out how to exploit for maximum profit to the detriment of people who we owe it.
Oh my goodness. The ACA solved for this problem, though. The ACA capped profit for health insurance companies and provided a minimum amount of payout that a healthcare company is required to put towards actual care. So, like, a lot of people still talk about the healthcare situation as if it's the pre-ACA. Like, again, we could get rid of that 6% profit margin for private health insurers, and we would still have a lot of the problems that we have in our healthcare system because they exist outside of purely how people are provided insurance. Now, we did have the ACA subsidies, which helped a lot of people, and it would have been great if we made that permanent, but unfortunately the Trump admin got rid of them, so we had a lot of people end up losing their coverage. But again, that would be that's a great example of where basically that served as a public option. That was a lower cost insurance that provided really good coverage for a lot of people who are like middle class, who can afford to buy healthcare, but the market isn't providing basically isn't providing insurance options at a reasonable cost for both their health situation and their income. And we stepped in, we provided these subsidies. The government partially covered the cost, bolstered the market, reduced the risk for other people who had either healthcare on the higher end of the market and people at the lower end. And once we got rid of those subsidies, it introduced costs across the entire system for people of various economic strata.
Always know people don't shop around for healthcare. Making it more transparent doesn't mean they'll shop around.
I mean,
they want to.
I think most people do shop around for healthcare if they can. Like, typically, your employer will provide you with a few different options. If you don't get it through your employer, you will have basically different policies that are available to you regionally. How much would an MRI scan cost in the US? I think if you were to just like schedule with a radiologist or some other doctor and just like, hey, let me get an MRI, depending on whether you got just a partial scan or a full body scan, it would cost anywhere from like 20,000 to 120,000, I believe. So it would cost quite a bit if you were just to go to a doctor and be like, "Hey, can I get an MRI?" I think some scans on the lower end can cost 6K, but I'm not sure if those are MRIs or CAT scans. Yeah, I'd have to look it up, and yeah, I'm not going to look it up right now, but yeah, I think that's about the range of costs you'd expect.
Live, they want to go to the best doctor that they can who is nearest to them, especially in an emergency. They don't get a choice. And for us to continue to
Yeah,
treat this,
at an emergency, that's really where a lot of the inflexibility comes. Like, if you get in a car crash, if you have a heart attack, if you have any other sort of acute medical emergency, you don't have a choice there. And yeah, so you might look into how you fund emergency rooms or other ways you can subsidize costs for emergency healthcare situations. A lot of the cost for an MRI in the US is paying the technicians and then paying the doctor to read the scan. So, because yeah, in the US, you're basically paying the doctor, you're paying the medical professionals. All that is included in the cost. And a lot of people don't factor that in. So a lot of the input costs for healthcare are not just the equipment or the medicines, it's the service itself. You're paying for all the people who work in the field of healthcare.
as though it is some functioning market that
And again, the cost for that in the US is going to be a lot higher than in other countries because the cost of living in the US is just higher in general. So I believe the service industry accounts for uh, a massive sector of a massive segment of the GDP in the US. Basically, it costs more than like food and other commodities like electronics. Um, yeah, like whether you're paying for healthcare service, hospitality, a lot of the input costs in the U.S. basically come down to like a service being provided by someone else.
We can do our usual games of subsidies and labeling to fix that. My point is that's a market that needs a shove.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to make 2 points.
Yeah.
One is some friends of mine and I ran a quick little experiment. Simply changing the name of the catastrophic policy to economy or value in our experiments reduced the number of uninsured by 10%.
Okay, that's interesting.
That was good. It's better to
No. I'm not saying there isn't goods to be had.
Okay. All right. So
that.
That's point one.
But let me say this. Are there still people who go bankrupt because they get sick?
Okay. Oh, John, he's still going too far with this. Like, there's just a field of economics and incentivizing certain behaviors, and then there's the politics and the outcomes you want. Like, he needs to just stop grouping all those things together. Oh man, I would not want to be in this professor's place, man. He must be getting so frustrated. It's like, eesh.
Have we fixed the problem that needs to be?
No, we have not. No,
Are
we
there
have
still
not.
people that
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So here's my. So yes, I think.
Don't let perfect be the enemy of good is the point.
Yes, and if we're striving for perfect,
But I don't think that's even the point. I think he just said that to sort of like placate John. This isn't even don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is like, this field is just maximizing for efficiency. And yes, it's outcome oriented, but the outcome is just efficiency. The outcome isn't like, some like normative apex. It's just like, how do you get the market to reflect both the input cost and the actual demand that exists for a product? And that's separate from whatever normative outcomes you want to produce. So a lot of that is going to lie in the political realm. There's going to be a correspondence between efficiency and the normative outcomes you want, but those are still two different things.
You're absolutely right, John.
Right.
There are vested interests. The hospitals, the insurance companies, the doctors that don't want nurses to be able to do a lot of stuff, and pharmacists are the most overtrained people in the economy because they end up working in some god-awful Walgreens.
Right. Meanwhile, it's the benefit managers that are making all the money because they're the middle.
Okay, now he's bringing in the pharmacy benefit managers. So like, okay, yeah, he's identified a huge aspect of the costs that can be reduced that lie outside of health insurance in the US. I don't think I've ever heard a good explanation as to why PBMs exist, to be honest. Like, that is one thing you could shift the entire functionality of to be in, basically be in the public sector. Like, you could have a baseline negotiation that's done by Medicaid and Medicaid, Medicare, and you could make those costs public, and then private actors could have to base their negotiations on whatever the government ends up negotiating for their medication cost. That's something that lies entirely outside of the realm of insurance that could produce a lot of cost reductions. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, pharmacists do not need all the medical training they get. And so, yeah, you both basically have a massive cost in terms of the training a pharmacist receive, and then the salary they have to be compensated to make up for that training and the scarcity that's created by having people with all that training they don't just hand you a medication. They do have to ensure it's safe, but it doesn't have to be someone who's getting paid 95 to 155K a year, depending on where they are and who they work for. It could easily be someone who gets like 6 month to 1 year training and just have like a technical certification, basically look out for toxicity or whatever, and you could receive that technical training to administer injections for vaccines. Like, you don't need to basically have whatever's entailed in pharmacist training right now to do the job of a pharmacist. I absolutely 100% agree with that. Uh, a couple months, maybe, if you're already a nurse or something, but I think 6 months would be adequate, and at a pretty low cost, at like a community college or something. You know, yeah, you don't need to like do a full. I don't even know. It's like a pharmacist degree in the U.S. like a full medical degree. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's a full 4 years doctor of pharmacy degree. That's crazy. Yeah. That's what I thought it was. Yeah. You shouldn't need a 4 year postgraduate degree to become a pharmacist. Um, yeah. Nope. Should be like 6 months to a year,
Men
and
setting
it
the
should
price.
be a
But if we
certificate,
allow
not a
ourselves to
degree.
be satisfied by these incremental positives and not let perfect be the enemy of good, don't
But
we lose sight
some pharmacists make a lot of money. Like, I know a couple people who've done it. Like, I haven't talked to them exactly about their salary, but I think they do pretty well. Um, but yeah, honestly, it shouldn't be paid as much as it is, and it shouldn't cost as much as it does.
of don't let insane be the enemy of sane, or don't let sane be the enemy of insane. Like, if we have a system that is like blatantly insane, aren't we? Yes, you make all these improvements. I'm not suggesting that.
Okay, but John, okay, let's say you have people who are willing to pay like millions of dollars for blue plastic balls, right? Okay. These blue plastic balls are really easy to make, but they're like artificially restricted by the blue plastic ball board. Okay. Like, you can factor that into an economic system, but that doesn't say whether like people should be want blue plastic balls that much, whether the supply should be restricted so much that the costs are that high. Like, you can do an economic analysis of the blue plastic ball market without making any normative statements as to the actual value of the plastic balls or the restrictions on the supply of plastic balls. It's like he really needs to separate these concepts in his mind.
There will ever be anything that's perfect. But if we continue to accept such a broken and corrupted system as our only option is incremental improvements within that, aren't economists and policymakers and everyone else robbing us of an opportunity? Because sometimes you need to
Who's robbing who? Like,
view it.
He thinks all these systems are so centralized. Like, there's a massive degree of decentralization even in something as I guess you could call it top heavy as the healthcare system. Relatively well regulated, relatively few actors in certain sectors, but even so, it's still a pretty disaggregated system. Like, I think he thinks if you like just wrangle one sector of all the inputs into healthcare, that would drive the cost down all across the entire system. That's not how it works.
On not to go with the other terms of economics, but the macro, not the micro.
Right. So what I would say is, Mark Cuban has a little company that
Sure, it's very smart.
Very smart.
But why doesn't the government do that?
Well, because all of the vested interests.
But that's my okay.
Well, but
that's
look,
my point.
Okay, but look, suppose you say Medicare for all.
Medicare for all that want it. Yes, great.
Right. So language matters.
Okay,
sure. Having a system that people can buy into.
With that.
Anybody that wants to join a system so that you.
Okay, so it looks like he's not for forced single payer, but he's been talking this whole time that he wants forced single payer. So if you don't want forced single payer, why do you mainly platform people who say they want to get rid of private insurance completely? Okay, maybe I'm
the possibility of going
misunderstanding.
bankrupt because you get sick, to me, is like the baseline of a healthy society.
Well, So I would go further.
Yeah,
My
please.
plan would be, if we're going to start with something, I wouldn't
Yeah.
start with that.
Okay.
I would start with catastrophic insurance for free for everyone.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. That's what I'm a behavioral economist. I'm
All
with you,
right.
baby.
All right. You've
Let's go,
graduated.
Mets. Let's go, Mets. Let's
Oh,
go, Mets.
he was so close. he was almost there, you know?
Ah.
So we can't ignore all the vested interests.
No, but they're the ones we should be nudging and shoving, not consumers. I think we're always shoving on the wrong end of the horse.
Well, but the problem is that there's
But okay, how many vested interests does he think there are though? Like, and we absolutely should be nudging consumers. Like, we need to label food better. We need better healthcare education at basically all different stages of life, from early childhood through your senior years. We need to better negotiate the cost of drugs. We need to streamline medical training in areas where it's excessive. Um, we need to implement some form of like public hospitals. We shouldn't have a purely private hospital system. There's so many different points where the costs like pile up, and there's no one point of intervention that's going to result in all these savings that John seems to think there will be. I mean, he's acknowledging different areas of input, but he seems to think that like just starting with Medicare for all will like have this cascading effect across the entire healthcare industry. And for single payer refers strictly, yeah, exactly, that refers to what they have in the UK with just the NHS, only one provider, waiting lines like that you have to adhere to because there's literally no other option. You know, you can't pay to go to someone who's going to say like, hey, if you pay like 50% more, you can come see me like today, instead of waiting in the line with the public healthcare option. Like, you don't have that choice in the UK. And a lot of people will be like, hey, that's unfair, you know? But if someone is willing to pay extra to skip a line, they're subsidizing the entire healthcare industry. You can, like, the people who choose to pay extra for premium care, that money doesn't just like disappear into a void. That money goes into the entire healthcare market. It results in reductions in costs for other people, because typically they aren't just going to pay like directly at the point of service. They're going to be paying into an insurance pool that other people exist in. So they're paying a premium for services. Yeah, exactly. It results in shorter lines for the public service. It results in more money being in the total healthcare pool. Like, you can't, like, a lot of people just want like, oh, we should all have access to the same amount of care. And you can't really have that. You can't have everything be completely equal. You should have a baseline that no one can sink below, but you should allow for people to like be a little inefficient if they want to have like a premium care. Like, if someone wants to pay an extra $20,000 for a doctor to put a shiny crown on their head when they go visit, like, hey, great, you know, they're putting more money into the healthcare pool for not really that much extra cost to the total system. And when you eliminate the ability for some degree of stratification like that, you're actually creating a massive amount of inefficiency, because the amount of extra that they put into the system far outweighs the costs that they impose. Because if you know, someone who has that much extra capital to put into healthcare is probably not going to have a lot of the negative outcomes that poor people have. So the extra money that they put into the system is actually going to end up helping other people in a roundabout way, because it's still going into that core insurance pool.
There's all those vested interests have lots of money, and they support both parties, and they will make it difficult.
But that's the job of governance. I would say, here's what I would love for economists, and behavioral economists, I think, could play a big part in this, is to help us understand that The founders looked at the system and said, there's going to be a balance of power, checks and balances between the executive and the judiciary and the legislative. But there's another power, and that's corporate power. And it's really the fourth branch of government, and maybe one of the most influential branches. And the only thing that we have in this.
I mean, technically, the fourth estate is the press, but okay, we can say corporate power. I like to say that the government is really just a really big non-profit corporation with a bunch of stakeholders, which is everybody. It's so basically the government is just a corporation where everybody is a stakeholder. And that corporation should be in the business of competing with all the other corporations. It just has different goals than the other corporations. So the other corporations, their goal is to maximize profit, to corner a market, to find inefficiencies where other people are not looking, So we need all those private actors sort of competing in that game. But we also need the government to sort of compete with those private corporations in different ways, either by universalizing certain services, providing floors that would be difficult for a private entity to do. If you ever talk to like an anarcho-capitalist and you like just sort of keep presenting problems to them for their so-called like syndicates or corporations to solve, they just basically end up reverse engineering a corporation, which is basically how governments were formed in the first place. You basically had a bunch of like private actors get together to try to protect their resources, and they would like basically either coerce or voluntarily have other people around them enter into their mini corporation and pay them for all these services. Hey, taxes, So like basically the government is a corporation with just more stakeholders. So I think he has to sort of change his understanding of the way a government should work. Like he just has all these normative concepts that sort of cloud his ability to assess, okay, what role do different actors play in this entire system? And he's thinking like, okay, economists are experts and all these experts should be on the side of like maximizing the efficiency of the government, and all the people in the government should just listen to all these economists. And it's like, yeah, it'd be great if it worked that way, but we live in democracies for the most part. If you're lucky enough to live in a democratic republic, like an actual democratic republic, not like North Korea, where people have a say in what their government does. But unfortunately, that's going to result in a lot of inefficiencies. And you can't get around the realities of living in a system where politics affects how we do things. That's going to result in a lot of bad decisions being made. It's going to result in a lot of inefficiencies. But again, that's still separate from the job of the experts, the economists, the scientists, etc. So it's a job of a good politician to sell the people on the recommendations of experts, but that's an entirely different process than what the experts do. And you could also say that the experts need to do a better job of existing in the public consciousness. That's a different conversation as well. Like you have people go on Joe Rogan, but unfortunately a lot of those people are kooks who want to decrease the trust people have in expertise for their own personal gain. It'd be great if we could have people who are like pro-institution, pro sort of like formal bodies of knowledge, sort of engage in the same way. But unfortunately, it seems like, it's mostly self-interested people who escape the walls of academia and get out into the broader world and try to turn people against what's happening, in the ivory towers.
Country that is powerful enough to in any way mitigate that is the government. And if the government refuses to take a courageous stand in mitigating that the damage of, I remember Alan Greenspan was on my show in like 2008, 2009.
That must have been exciting.
Oh, it was, he was only, at that time, I think it was 98. Maybe it might have been 103 at that time.
Yeah, and he just died. That's crazy.
Him, the financial crisis of 2008, like what the hell happened? And he goes, I think we overestimated the bank's ability to regulate themselves.
Yeah.
And I was like, do you mean you were idiots? Because that's insane.
Well, but we look, the Fed, the Fed is probably you could argue the best functioning branch of the government.
Right.
Uh,
Okay. This is this is kind of funny because like so here's a perfect example of like John not understanding something. Like when Alan Greenspan says we, I don't think we refers to the Federal Reserve. I think he's just talking about the government as a whole. And what were the incentives on the government at the time, right? People had elected Republicans for almost the entirety of the 80s. The Democrats came back into power with Bill Clinton on the promise of like basically engaging in a more market friendly sort of democratic politics. Like, and then after Clinton, we had Bush get in thanks to Supreme Court intervention, unfortunately, in Bush v. Gore. But basically, we just had a massive political shift to the right in terms of economic policy for almost 4 decades. And so, yeah, when he says we, I don't think he means like the Federal Reserve or he means like economics experts or he even means like people in the government as a whole. He means the entire society. So people voted for a more rightward direction. They voted for less government intervention in certain ways. Now we have all these other things that affected it, like zoning laws, property taxes, valuations, speculation. All these other inputs that are difficult to like sort of. And then you had derivatives, you had subprime mortgages, you had all these securitized mortgage assets. I forget what the actual acronym is for that. So you had all these like financial instruments that reflected a lot of the like both laxity and inefficiencies that existed in the market. But all of that doesn't fall on the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve has two jobs, and that's to manage employment and manage inflation. And they only have a blunt instrument with which to do that, which is managing interest rates. So a lot of people want to put things on the Federal Reserve that are not in their remit. So again, it's like I think I think I think it does more harm than good for Jon Stewart to have these types of conversations because it just like he just lacks such an understanding of so many aspects of how the economy functions, how markets work, what responsibilities lie where, what people vote for, and the outcomes based on what they vote for. Now, you can criticize the leadership of our politicians. You could say, okay, they should have more vision. They should be able to lead the people to where they need to be. But, there's always going to be a push pull. Like, it's really difficult to get the people to go in the correct direction. I think Biden did a good job of trying to do that. He didn't engage the public as much as he should have, but he did a really good job getting legislation through to the best of his ability. He I believe did a good job of taking in both what was maximally possible based on the market incentives we had at the time and what he could achieve politically. Like he really got the most he could out of the narrowest Senate majority possible. Like I don't think anyone when Biden was elected would have believed he would have gotten as much legislation through as he ended up getting. But like retroactively, people act as if like that was the baseline expectation, but it really wasn't. He ended up getting a lot more through than people thought possible. So we're taking like all these aspects of the total economic environment and we're sort of putting it either on politicians or on economists and like there's so many complex ways that all these systems interact and you just really want to boil it down to these overly simplistic um I guess I don't even know what to call it, like solutions or platitudes. Like
and certainly you can argue it's got the best, at least right now, best trained people working for them, and it's a well functioning branch of the government. And that may all change.
I believe the plan is already in place to knock down the East Wing of the Fed. And
we have a mutual friend, Austin Goolsbee.
Oh, I love the Goolsbee. Love him.
And he's the president of the Chicago Fed.
Come on, I love Goolsbee.
Yeah,
tell him I said hello. Tell him to come on this show.
I'm sure. Well, right now,
he's in the Fed. He's not allowed to talk much.
Yeah, and anyway,
that's tough on him. He's funny. He's actually really funny.
No, he's very funny.
Yeah. I like Goolsbee.
So where were we?
We were tearing down the fabric of capitalist institutions and reforming them too. All right.
The problem is we wouldn't know where to start, and there's just if Mark Cuban can't do it, I mean, just any one step. So like my version of free catastrophic for all, I think is a good place to start, but it wouldn't eliminate the power of the American Medical Association to limit what physicians' assistants can do.
Exactly. Yeah, he's getting exactly my point. Like, there's so many inputs into what the costs are in the healthcare system. It's like we have these certifying boards that say okay, this role can do this in the medical system, and it's good to defer to the experts, but they have incentives that are different from those of the healthcare insurers. They're different from the goals of what the government wants to accomplish. They're different from the goals of the hospital systems. And John is really not taking into account all these different inputs, and he just wants to identify a single point of intervention that'll fix the whole thing. And yeah, just bring up the certifying boards. Why are they allowed to well, okay, it's good that they have the most say in terms of what healthcare professionals can do, but we have to incentivize sort of a broadening of what different roles in the healthcare system can take on. The AMA shouldn't be able to sort of act purely in the interest of its members who want to maximize their salaries. Let's be honest about that. A doctor wants to make sure that doctors get paid the most possible. Medical schools want to make sure they can extract the most tuition they can from each medical student. Those are incentives and inputs into the cost of the entire system as well.
And the insurance companies and all the benefit managers and all the layers.
So many layers.
It's above my pay grade to think about.
No, I understand. And you know what? It's a great place, I think.
You do? I don't think you do.
Hours. You've been so generous.
I really don't think you understand. He was just barely scratching the surface of all the different inputs, and yeah, okay.
With them.
And this is so crazy. They've had an over
and
this conversation's an hour and a half, and John just kept getting stuck on the same things, so they really couldn't even get into the details, and that's it's so crazy. It's the advantage of the podcast format is oh, you should be able to get into all these nuanced and complex conversations, but if you have all these hosts who want to demagogue and be maximalist on certain points just so they can grandstand or score points with their audience, or I don't even know what the incentive is on his. Okay, I guess I do know what the incentive is on his part. All the things I just said, but it's you're talking about these markets that have all these incentives, and you're kind of perfectly displaying how incentives sort of warp what you should be getting in this conversation. Because the incentive for Jon Stewart is to grandstand, is to sort of maximally push these policy goals, because that's the most controversial. That'll get the most people to tune in. I'm not saying that, he doesn't really believe those things, but it's what's the point of having this whole hour and a half podcast? You're getting stuck on the same point over and over because you're trying to force your guest to come to where you are. And he's trying to explain to you no, wait, John, these things exist in separate buckets. You can't just lump them all together, and you're just refusing to budge on this whole conversation, and he ends up like creating all these meandering metaphors to sort of get you to see his point, talking about the Mets and like abandoning your team and like adopt, like uh, pick up what he's putting down, John. Like, like after all this time, you still don't get it. I don't know if he's frustrated or if he just. I don't think Professor Thaler ever really gave up on getting John to see his point, but it's like, come on, just like economics is economics and politics is politics. That's basically all the professor has been trying to get across to him here.
I was taking this thing pass fail anyway. So the idea that you gave
Oh,
me all this time.
No, I don't allow pass fail.
What?
No, no.
I'm not going near you, man.
But
no pass fail for you.
But there's grade non-disclosure.
That's where I'm at.
So
let's do that. Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think the point that I think maybe I love coming to is this. I love the idea of those really smart incentivized nudges and those things, but not allowing that to remove our higher aspiration of actually.
But why would that remove the higher aspirations? Politicians do what they can, what the population enables them to do. Like, if you exist in a democratic system, you're, no matter what you think, like, you're going to be responsive to the populace, to the people who elect you. Now, whether that's like maximally proportionally representative, that's a different question. But a politician is going to sort of respond to the incentives that exist on their end. And those are going to align with various sectors of the populace in one way, shape, or form. Now, what the populace wants can be determined by propaganda, or you can sort of push them in a different direction with rhetoric or evidence or just like the circumstances of their lives. But those political realities exist outside of the solutions from a purely academic standpoint. So you can't conflate all those different systems.
Looking at the logistics and the guts of something, and getting systems that are not as exploitative. That government has to have.
Okay, but the exploitation is like, okay, exploitation. You're not really getting to the crux of the issue here.
Have a larger role in mitigating the damage. Look, capitalism is the operating system we have, but it's clearly not a free market. It's intervened in by governments and all kinds of other corrupt actors, and the crony capitalism that goes along with it, and
other corrupt actors. Like, okay, there are always going to be bad actors in any market system. Like the Soviets, like they didn't have capitalism, they didn't have free markets, but there was sure as hell plenty of corruption in their markets, whatever you can call the markets that existed. And they ended up creating like inefficient mirrors of capitalist systems because you still had supply and demand. Like like you can kill as many people as you want and you still won't get rid of the concept of supply and demand. You can force people to engage in whatever behaviors you want. Markets are still going to emerge within whatever context unless you like completely curtail their behavior, like go full concentration camp. If people have any sort of agency, they're going to create markets that respond to certain demands or incentives in the society. So yeah, exactly. What exactly does bad actor mean? Not every corporation is going to be a bad actor. Every corporation is going to try to maximize for profit, but some people are going to want to operate more cleanly within the system than others. And what you want to do is punish the bad actors to the extent that you can. Now, the government we have now, for example, is a corrupting influence on the markets. So are you going to say the government is always going to be the thing that pushes corporations to engage in good behavior? No. Like right now, you have the government taking no bid contracts. You have the government taking shares out of corporations to force them to engage in certain behavior. You have the government taking money from foreign governments and handing it to certain corporations as a negotiating tactic. Like, that's not something the market is incentivizing. So there can be bad actors in almost any sector of your economy. That's different from the baseline economic calculations and inputs you're going to have. So that lies largely within the realm of politics. And you have to consider the realm of politics as separate from the realm of economics. Now, your goals within the politics should be informed by what the economics says. But again, he's lumping all those systems together. And again, you have all this normative loading coming in, saying bad actors, greedy corporations, like you're not gonna like you're not gonna have an economics model that says, okay, there are bad actors here. Like, no, you're gonna have certain behaviors. Some are gonna be more or less efficient, and you're gonna have certain ways to incentivize other behaviors. But you don't have all this normative framing within an economic model, even behavioral economics. Economics takes into account certain tendencies people have, but it's not going to frame those tendencies as necessarily being good or bad. It's going to frame them as being more or less efficient, and it's going to want to incentivize or disincentivize them certain ways to get closer to a maximally efficient system. So that none of that is going to involve saying bad actors, quote unquote.
My point is, let's continue to do those really smart things that you're talking about, but we cannot lose sight of the larger goal, which is that a government has to be there to help mitigate the collateral damage that the operating system we've chosen to use often creates.
Yeah, and we need another show, John, to figure out how to get there.
But we will. We can. Yes, the audacity of hope, baby.
Yeah.
You're a good man. Professor, thank you for joining us. Professor Richard Thaler, University of Chicago, and one of the founding fathers of behavioral economics, the 2017 Nobel Prize in Econ, which is sitting on Donald Trump's fireplace mantle as we speak.
But is up for sale.
Up for sale.
Up for sale for
Whoever
the highest
wants.
bid.
You know what?
Look at that.
And
the
you can
economics
that.
professor pushing, like, demonstrating his field.
In a Cornell mug, I'm assuming, for just $7 more.
Or a nudge mug. There you go.
Excellent product placement. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, John. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too.
Okay, that was about as bad as I was expecting it would go from what I heard. Yeah, I don't know why John just doesn't understand how to separate these concepts in his mind. And I feel like a lot of the comments sort of like reflected that. He has his audience is pretty on board with like his goals and his vision, and even his audience was like, John, I feel like you're getting things like you're getting some wires crossed here, man. You're mixing some things up. So yeah, we'll see if he does his usual breakdown with his producers, I guess, here.
Hey folks, it's Quince time. Today's sponsor, Quince, helps you.
Another ad.
Free ship.
Nice
That's Quince/TWS.
Okay.
Man, my favorite part of the interview, if I may, was how slowly he talked to try and. I really felt like I think he was about like 10 minutes into it when he was like, I'm gonna have to change my tact here because little brain is not.
No. Yeah, I don't think he was expecting that conversation. My favorite part was when he psychoanalyzed
you could say
I think
that.
that was the first time that's happened on the pod.
That is right. I got to tell you though, I thought he kind of fucking nailed it.
I mean, they don't give out Nobel Prizes for nothing,
No, I thought he did an excellent job. Did any of that resonate though with you guys? I think I get where he's coming from with that idea of like, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. But I don't know that they.
But that's not even what he's saying. He only said that because that's the direction you were pushing it in. He just wanted to get in there and talk about the academics and sort of talk about the way markets interact with the behavior of people as agents within the market. Like, And you just completely derailed that and set her on a completely different path. And he just sort of had to try to salvage the whole thing because you kept pushing it in a completely different direction.
If it's not to suggest that incrementalism isn't still a part of the equation,
Of course.
but I don't know if they understand the general frustration within the public.
But that has nothing to do with anything. Like, climate scientists have measurements that will exist regardless of where the public is in terms of wanting to pursue certain solutions. And in the same way, economists are going to have models that will, you know, say certain incentives will solve for inefficiencies regardless of whether they're implemented or not. So, yes, a carbon tax is going to be the best solution in an economic model, but you're still going to have what people can actually get done. And that's going to exist completely separately from what the economic model is. Now, you can create models that incorporate the political realities, but that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be models that exist independent of what the political realities are. And like, what even was the solution that John was suggesting? Because I feel like he was incredulous about carbon taxes being an optimal solution to solve for people's behavior. So is he like, oh, just push more regulations as to how people can engage in like extractive like extractive activities, or how much pollutants people can put into the atmosphere? It's like, again, at certain points you're gonna just create more inefficiencies than it's not even that. It's like you're the political solutions you want to pursue are going to create such a backlash that you'll end up putting people in power who are going to create incentives in the opposite direction, like we're seeing now. Like, we're seeing Donald Trump literally pay companies to not build renewable energy projects that were commissioned under the Biden admin. Like, literally, you have you're basically like incentivizing inefficiencies now because of a backlash to something that was like minimally impositional in the first place. And it, like, the backlash to Biden didn't really even have anything to do with his climate policies, because Trump has this thing where, like, anything Democrats do, he just wants to do the literal opposite. So, for example, he just paid this French company like $1 billion to not build windmills that they had already been paid to build. And it's like, that's literally insane behavior. So you are paying people to not provide a product that's going to benefit your economy because you're just so ideologically poisoned. And it's like, John he's not separating these things properly. And when you don't do that, you're just going to end up in situations that are going to create a backlash that are so far away from what the goals are you actually want to achieve, that you just end up in a much worse situation than where you were before you even try to implement any solutions.
100%. I thought it was incredibly illuminating that a conversation about healthcare, his grievance or what his brain went to was the categorization of shitty plans. Like, not having those categories, explaining in really big print exactly what these plans do does not mean they don't all suck still.
But that's not even where he was going. He wasn't saying the plans suck. He was just saying the best way to incentivize people to get on the lowest tier of plan might be to basically present it in a different way, like replace the word catastrophic. That's totally different from any normative judgments about the plans themselves. So again, they're bringing in so many normative concepts that don't need to be brought into the picture here at all.
Yeah, I think it's like, so if economists argue that you should choose the catastrophic plan because that would be optimal, And then behavioral economists argue we need to change the name because people aren't choosing the most optimal plan. Then we need to find someone that will argue that the problem is actually the most optimal plan is a plan that you will go broke if you need to use. Like, that's the real problem here.
I was trying to explain, like, aren't you just like polishing turds at that point? But I mean,
But that's not the job of the behavioral economists. Like, their job is just to analyze the market as it is, not analyze a way to build a better market based on products that don't exist. Like, an economist is going to analyze a market based on existing products and existing externalities. They're not gonna like hypothesize a new product that'll incentivize different behavior. There are, it's more pettiness. Like, even the, like, let's take the Venezuela invasion, for example. That didn't actually benefit oil companies all that much because the environment in Venezuela was still extremely risky to extract oil from. They'd have to stand up a whole bunch of capital expenditure to efficiently get the oil out of the country. They would have to, the domestic sort of engineer, I guess the domestic engineer market, I don't know what to call it. Like, basically the amount of petroleum engineers available in Venezuela isn't adequate to the task of extracting oil from the country to the amount that would be needed to make a profit. So, like, you would think, like, oh, he's doing all these things to benefit his oil buddies. He's not. Like, there's an ideological valence to the things the Trump administration does that has nothing to do with the economy. If he was after making the economy better, he would be behaving in totally different ways. Like, a lot of the policies he's pursuing are not the policies that the mega corporations want. So this is pettiness. Like, it's revanchist politics. You know, this is a politics of reactionaries and revanchists. They just want to punish all their perceived enemies, whether that creates actual benefits for the wealthiest or not.
I get his point that there is, like, you did help some people.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think sometimes that gives you license to ignore the larger totality of climate change, healthcare. By incrementalizing, you also are forgetting that you have to maximize.
But who's giving license here? Again, this is not the role of the economist. Oh my God! Like, okay, I guess I should just let him ramble. Like,
As well.
Big structural change.
Thank you.
Well, I was thinking a little bit when you were bringing up the subsidies, that's a shove, right? And if we just think about the subsidy itself, the shove is even small in comparison to what we should be doing. We take away the subsidy, 1.5 million people drop out of the ACA.
The subsidies are a nudge, not a shove.
Marketplace.
The penalty, the healthcare penalty, was a shove. Like, until the Supreme Court got rid of it, there used to be a tax penalty if you didn't have a healthcare plan. That was a shove.
Those are the people who are young, who are holding up the system for like the 5% of people who are really using it. But the whole thing's going to start crumbling because of this shove that was supposed to be a fix, which it's not.
That's right. I almost think he would still categorize subsidy as like a nudge, and the shove would be the redesign of it. But they don't, boy, I thought he got really, like, that was where he was like uncomfortable. Like, you can't just, you can't bring your weight on insurance companies. That's not right.
His pauses got longer.
That's not what he's, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Does he think that, like, Professor Thaler was like on the side of insurance companies? That's not what he was saying at all. He's just frustrated because you didn't understand the economics of it all. And it looks like you still don't. And I was hoping maybe some of your producers would sort of help bring you in line, but I feel like they're all just so ideologically oriented that they can't even appreciate the field of economics for what it is. Like,
in those moments.
He just got sad. That's when he went to, like, you're a Mets fan, aren't you? But anyway, man, I thought that was I thought he was really interesting and very, very illuminating, I think, for me. What about
It,
Brittany?
it
What do you got
doesn't look
for-
like it doesn't look like it was all that illuminating, because it looks like you didn't really learn all that much from that conversation.
for the listeners there? What do they got there? What do they want?
Alrighty. First up, we've got John. Of all the Trump news this week, which development worried you the most?
Oh, I think the election, with all the elites are going to get out of everything I'm sort of accustomed to, as we said on the show last night, the real sanctuary city in this country, which is this privileged class that there is no crime they can commit that would have any kind of accountability to it. But it was the raid on the Fulton County electoral board, along with his offhand remark about nationalizing the election only in, I think, the 15 states that caused him a problem.
Yeah, I'm just spitballing here, but what if we nationalize the elections in the 15 states that caused me a problem?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to end up tariffing states.
Oh, sweet Lord.
And this was like a small related situation, but he actually called Tulsi Gabbard after assigning her that mission. Trump was just on the phone with her while they're doing it.
Why is he even assigning her anyway? What the fuck is the president assigning the DNI to an FBI? He's not supposed to be assigning the FBI to stuff. They're supposed to be independent.
And she's also under some top secret investigation while this is all going on. The whole thing's a mess, but I agree with you.
Do you know what the investigation is?
No, it's top secret. It's like locked away so that even Congress doesn't know, because they don't want it to get out.
It's in a safe.
I bet it's about the streak in the hair.
Oh, don't talk about people's gray streaks.
No. It's the streak. People are going to say, what is that? What is?
I don't even know if I should react to this, but they might ask some other more.
That's
relevant
clearly
questions.
she's giving a sign to somebody.
Yeah, we hold our secrets. And
Is it Putin? Is that who we're? Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's and the problem is you don't ever think there'll be no accountability for any of them in the first place anyway. So they're operating under, as they would say, as JD Vance would say, absolute immunity, which is a fucking ridiculousness. What else? What else do they want? What else do these viewers, listeners? Yeah.
Why can Trump threaten to sue everyone for $1 gazillion, but no one can sue him back?
That is a Zen Cohen. That is, I think I might have that. I believe that might have been a fortune cookie that I got the other day. That's one of those, the Buddhists will go to a monastery and they will sit there in silence for years, pondering the question of why Trump. Now, to be fair, no one has been sued more than Donald Trump, in my estimate. Like, if you go through his construction records,
Yeah, unfortunately, in the U.S., the president does have actual complete immunity from civil suits.
fucking contractor he's ever worked with is like, hey man, you still owe me 15% of the money. And he's like, come and get me.
Try it.
He's a victim. Yeah.
Poor, sweet billionaire president. Ooh.
there have been some recent suits, but I think that, I mean, he's making so much money off the presidency, he could probably go on forever.
He's killing it.
Whereas,
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think we're done with that conversation. Ooh. Does he still maintain his immunity after leaving office? No, he doesn't. Yeah, the civil immunity is gone. I don't think he can be sued civilly for anything he did while in office. So, like, you can't leave the presidency and be like, hey, Trump, you know, when you invaded Venezuela, it destroyed my business, or your tariffs, like, killed my piano company. You can't go back and be like, okay, I want to sue President Trump for imposing tariffs and destroying my company. But for criminal activity, here's the thing. The Supreme Court has not weighed in on whether a president can pardon himself. So if he gets out of office and then someone attempts to prosecute him for any criminal conduct that might have happened while he's in office, that would still be an open question that would go to the Supreme Court. Oh, he talked to Jack Smith? Oh, that's crazy. No, you can't sue the government for things like tariffs. So how does it work? I don't think you can. You can't sue the president for basically. Oh man, how does it work? Because you can sue the government for damages, but there's limitations on what you can sue the government for. Like, let's say the government did something that resulted in a family member dying. So, okay, I think you can sue the government for things that result in a violation of rights, and then you can get basically civil damages from that, because you can't put the government in jail. So the only way the government's going to compensate you is monetarily. So if the government is found to have violated your rights in some way, shape, or form, then you should be able to sue them. Or if you were entitled to some form of benefit, like if you were denied a loan or some sort of, you know, like let's say a FEMA payment, like FEMA is our emergency management service. So like let's say your house was damaged or destroyed in a hurricane and you didn't get a payment that you were owed, you can sue for something like that. Didn't Ben Shapiro successfully sue the Biden? I don't know. I'd have to look into that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But yeah, you basically you can sue the government if they violated your rights, or so if Ben Shapiro felt his rights were violated or something, you might have had grounds to sue on. So I'd have to look into that. So if the government violated your rights or didn't make available a loan or a payment that you were due, I believe those are the two circumstances under which you can sue the federal government. But yeah. Okay, so I was thinking of getting into this whole Graham Platner discourse. I wasn't really sure what the best way to engage with it was, whether to like watch somebody talk about it or just sort of talk about it extemporaneously. I think it might be better to find someone talk about the situation and I guess provide my own input because I do have my own thoughts about the whole situation. But let's see if Wick had a Graham Platner debate. Okay, so there we go. So we do have a Wick debate on Graham Platner. No, not videos, live. Okay, so it was under videos? Okay. Do we have a chat for this stream?
Welcome, one and all.
No?
Yet another episode
Okay.
of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang,
Did he take down the live stream for the Graham Platner discussion? You thought the Graham Platner thing could be a Julian Assange situation, really? I haven't looked into the Julian Assange thing in a few years. Like, wasn't it like he was accused of assaulting two girls in like Sweden or something? And then they were going to try to extradite him. And then he would be extradited to the US from Sweden. Yeah, I'd have to look into the details as to like how credible that was. But I don't know, man. I kind of went back and forth on the whole Julian Assange situation, but because I do feel like he was a Russian agent. Yeah, I didn't look into like how credible the SA allegations were against Julian Assange, so I didn't really like come to a conclusion as to what the motivations were there. But I do believe that Julian Assange was most likely working with a foreign government to spread propaganda. I don't think he was like purely an independent actor. Of course, he wasn't a U.S. citizen, so I don't know how much was he. Is he? Okay, he's Australian. So would he have been extradited back to Australia, or would he have been extradited to the U.S.? I mean, the U.S. does have jurisdiction to indict people who leak government secrets, whether they're U.S. citizens or not, depending on how the information was obtained. Um, but yeah, so I don't know if like he would have been after Epstein files. You've been more. So here's the thing, right? There are conspiracies that happen, but it's like I feel like people don't really temper their belief of like the scale of conspiracies. So what's the real precursor of the Epstein conspiracy in the public consciousness? It's like Pizzagate, right? So Pizzagate assumed like Democrats had this large scale operation to harvest adrenochrome from children, and there were sites all over the US that they were using to traffic these children to and extract their bodily fluids to maintain the youth of Hollywood elites and Democratic politicians. And that would have involved like thousands and thousands of people and been a global operation that involved people from all strata of life. So versus the Epstein conspiracy, right? What was the Epstein conspiracy? It's basically a handful of wealthy people taking advantage of women in with low socioeconomic status to put them in situations where they could be abused. That's and again that would be involve like a handful of wealthy people. They would basically take advantage of some young women, blackmail them to induct other young women into the sort of like trafficking operation. That's a lot more believable of a situation than like the Pizzagate situation where you have thousands and thousands of people engaged in this like large scale harvesting operation. So yeah, the Epstein thing is totally believable. It was operating at a scale that could fly under the radar. You could have some corrupt government officials like Jim Acosta, who Trump appointed to his administration. You know, like you can have a lot of smaller scale conspiracies that operate at really high levels, like the Epstein conspiracy. So it's because it's really difficult to sort of get people to disaggregate these things. Like you can have massive trafficking operations that take advantage of low income people who have no voice. Um, and there are a lot of criminal actors who, you know, would be poor if they weren't engaged in this trafficking activity. Like that's a conspiracy, but it just involves thousands of criminals who are making money that they probably wouldn't have the opportunity to make any other way in life. But no one is obsessed with like like massive like trafficking conspiracies across like South America and Southeast Asia. Like they just sort of accept those as a fact of life. I mean, okay, it's good that you think Pizzagate is ridiculous. Okay, so like you have a good understanding of scale at least. Yeah, you can have large scale things that we don't know. Like for example, like you have the mob, right? The mob basically takes advantage of lots of industries and they run like a lot of different operations through them. Like you can use construction as a front for drug operations or human trafficking. So I'm not saying large scale conspiracies don't exist, but I don't know. It's like people sort of want these conspiracies to be so totalizing and to have influence in ways that are beyond the scope of what's realistic, I think. Um, so they want to be like, okay, Jeffrey Epstein is blackmailing all these wealthy people to behave in a certain way and like orchestrating like financial transactions across the entire economy or, you know, just crazy things like that. Like they really want these conspiracies to like just encompass massive aspects of the economy and the governments. Do I believe in any 9/11 conspiracies? None of the mainstream ones, no. I believe that the Bush family was close to the Saudi royal family, so maybe they didn't pin as much of the blame on people operating out of Saudi Arabia as they should have. That would be something that I'd be inclined to believe, but not that there were people in the Bush administration actively coordinating with terrorists to facilitate terrorist attacks. I wouldn't believe that. Um, I would believe. No, I don't think Israel had anything to do with 9/11. I believe that the Bush administration did have intelligence that would have pointed them in the direction of the terrorists on 9/11, that they didn't. So the Bush administration got into office much more slowly than typically because the election was really close, and then the Supreme Court sort of weighed in. So basically everything got shifted back, like I believe like 3 or 4 months. So they didn't have all the intelligence agency staffed. Intelligence wasn't filtering up to the upper echelons of the decision makers as quickly as was usual. So that really did happen. Beyond that, I don't know if there's anything I would say I believe that's a conspiracy around 9/11. But yeah, why do you think the Graham Platner thing was a Julian Assange situation? Because it seems like we have lots of proof that we have messages going back several years before anyone knew who the hell Graham Platner was. Like this dude was an oyster farmer. Okay, nobody knew who this guy was a year ago. Um, so we have messages going back to like I believe 2022 or 2023 of this woman telling her friends not to date him because what was the phrase she used? He was like he was consent careless. I don't think that had anything to do with politics. She said she didn't want to come forward because she didn't want to be seen as a victim. She said she has the same politics as Graham Platner. Um, she told all this information to her therapist. We have emails timestamped from her therapist going back years. So I'm not sure why this would be like a conspiracy situation against Graham Platner. Like, this is just, I'm sorry, Graham Platner is just like, just a typical chud who has questionable behavior in his past. And it looks like some of that behavior might include sexual assault. I think the Nazi attacks were kind of stupid. He did have a Nazi tattoo, but again, in that situation, there were no messages that indicated he ideologically aligned with Nazis. That it always seemed like more of an edgy thing to me. But I would say the tattoo situation just spoke to his bad judgment and his character more so than anything else. And I think he knew it was a Nazi tattoo. There's no way he just found out it was a Nazi tattoo after he started running. That I don't believe. Like I'm I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I knew what a tone comp was before this whole Graham Platner situation, but I'm sure if I had a tone comp on my body somewhat and I like walked around shirtless a lot, I'm sure someone would have said something to me that would have made me be like, this thing is kind of sketchy. Why do people react this way? Whenever they see my tattoo, and I would have looked it up and then I would have been like, oh shit, this tattoo looks like bad news. And I would have gotten it covered up before I became sort of national figure. Yeah. From what I've seen, this claim looks a lot more. It looks pretty credible. I'd say 99% sure that what was described actually happened. And I am typically not a person who like sees like a sexual assault allegation and I'm like, oh yeah, that definitely happened. I definitely want to see all the evidence that's publicly available. And like for example, with the Tara Reid situation with Biden, I was like, there's zero shot any of that happened just based on the information we had pretty early on. And it turned out that she was pretty much a Russian agent who was obsessed with Vladimir Putin. So yeah, these things can happen. Like, that could be the case with Julian Assange. Like I said, I'd have to look into it. But yeah, the whole Platner situation just looks like he. What evidence is available on the Graham Platner thing? We have messages from right after the situation happened to the woman's friends. We have messages with the woman's therapist describing the situation. We have her current partner describing the situation independently of her. Like someone reached out to her partner without telling them that they had talked to her. Like basically like a different, we have an account from her current partner separately from anyone reaching out to her from before anyone knew who Graham Platner was. So, like, why would she make up stuff about Graham Platner when he was just an oyster farmer that nobody knew? Like Graham, like the only way this could be a plant would be if you think that Graham Platner himself is a plant. Like, if the only way she could be a plant is if someone had like pegged Graham Platner like 4 years ago as running for Maine Senate in 2026. And yeah, that'd be even more unbelievable situation. So yeah, all these messages date back like 3 or 4 years. So yeah, I think yeah, let's use the Wick TV video to react to the situation.
Welcome, one and all. Yet another episode of Wick TV.
Okay.
It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, today we are testing the limits of blue no matter who. Graham Platner is running for the Democratic nomination in Maine, and it's likely he will win that nomination. So the question is, does blue no matter who apply to this?
Has he dropped out actually? I didn't even check that. I haven't looked at any news about this today. Okay. Oh, he did drop out. Oh shit. Okay. I didn't even check that.
Platner has just posted a video on his social media accounts. It's 11 minutes long, and we are still listening to it. But Platner had until Monday to drop out of the race. It would then give the Democratic Party until July 27th to choose.
Oh. Okay. Let's see. All right, let me change the source here really quickly so I can play his actual video. Okay.
It's Graham Platner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear, this is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me.
Can the dates of the messages be fabricated? I don't think so. Like, why would you have if you're a journalist and you fabricate the dates of these messages, Graham Platner could sue your organization for millions of dollars and your whole career would be over. So I would bet you anything that he is not going to sue them because the dates are correct.
What needs to happen now? Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces, were working against you personally.
The audio balance on this is terrible, geez.
That a person could do, and it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries, with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the
oh no, the corporate media
got to act as judge, jury, and executioner. Accusations are supposed to be
you could have stayed in the race, man. If you think you're actually innocent, just stay in the race and fight the accusations.
Why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now, much like October when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary. There is a reason that this is happening now. I only have
well, I mean, he could always go back to being an oyster farmer.
This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though.
Like, if this is what came out before you even had a face off against the Republicans, like what Oppo research do the Republicans have that they're holding for the general election against you, man? Like, if we had all these allegations already, and the Republicans are going to have much more intense Oppo research on you, like, I'm sorry, but yeah, you can even make it out of the primary. Like, the Republicans are not going to release what they have on this guy. Like, they weren't going to release what they had on him until his name couldn't be taken off the ballot. So that's even more reason to believe these allegations. There's no way the Republicans don't have way more information on him than what was put out in the primary, because you never put out, like, the opposing party is never going to put out their information in the primary. In fact, they're going to find the person with the most dirt on them in the primary and try to get them through. You know, like, the Republicans wanted him to get through, and then they would be able to dump all this information once his name couldn't be taken off the ballot.
That have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they are being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built.
Like, are Republicans aliens? Like, Republicans vote for things that we don't like, but, they get the outcomes they want. Like, Republicans get President Trump in there paying companies to not build windmills that have already been paid for. Are they not normal people? Like, there are people who want different things than you do. Yeah, I'm definitely a Democrat, been a Democrat my whole life. So, like, I participate in the process. Like, I know there are people out there who want different things than I do. It's not a conspiracy. Like, Republicans want private health care. They want the government to not do things for people. Like, that's not corporations. That's not the corporate media. That's regular Republican voters. Because just because they want things that are different than you do doesn't mean that they're like a massive conspiracy. There are normal people just like you. They just don't want the things we want. So yeah, keep blaming the corporate media.
Structurally, to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed.
Okay, I'll go on this after. But if you look at his policy page, I was like, what? Because people kept saying, like, oh, we love Graham Platner and not because of his charisma. We love his policies. I was like, what policies is he advocating for that other Democrats aren't? And I go on his policy page, and it's pretty much the exact same as almost any other normal Democrat. I'm like, what are all these people talking about? The only things he wanted that most Democrats don't want is to like, he thinks that billionaires have all their money in offshore accounts. That's not a thing in the US. You can't put all your money in offshore accounts and evade taxes in the United States. That's more of a European thing. Like, and you wouldn't even want your money in offshore accounts in the US when stock markets are returning 25 to 35%. You'd be an idiot. Why would you stick your money in an offshore account to evade a 15% tax rate when you can get a 35% return in the stock market? Like, rich people in the US have their money in stocks because they're not fucking stupid. The US basically has laws to tax your money in even if you, as long as you have US citizenship, you basically can't evade taxes by putting your money in an account in another country. So the US even forced Switzerland to disclose amounts that people had in their Swiss bank accounts. Like, the whole Swiss bank account thing isn't even a thing anymore. Like, you can't have secret money hidden in a Swiss bank account because the US was like, hey, if you don't stop this shit, we're gonna sanction the fuck out of you. So yeah, you can't even do the Swiss bank account thing anymore, as far as I understand. So there's no way to hide your money from the US government. So the best thing is just to put it in the stock market. And so most wealth people have is in unrealized gains in the stock market, because you're just getting crazy. If you have millions or billions of dollars, you're going to get a higher rate of return than the average retail investor in the stock market, because you can basically command sales at like peaks and troughs that are harder for retail investors to do, because all these hedge funds, they literally have offices that are like as physically close as possible to Wall Street, so they have minimal latency for when they make their trades. Yeah, basically, if you want to engage in the SWIFT banking system, the US can basically force you, because like that's how they sanction whole countries. Like, that's how we sanction Iran, that's how we sanction Russia. Like, you can't just hide your money from the US if you participate in the SWIFT banking system. So basically, if you want to be able to legitimately move your money and have access to it in a way that doesn't get it flagged and like frozen by Interpol, you have to disclose the amounts and where it's moving to. So if you're a US citizen, even if you work in another country, your entire salary is coming from a foreign company or government, you still have to pay US taxes. So there's no like offshore account tax evasion scheme, and that's on his website, which is really fucking stupid because that's really not a thing at all. So yeah, all their money is in the stock market and unrealized gains, and you cannot tax unrealized gains in a way that makes sense. Like, if you wanted to tax unrealized gains, you would basically say to a person like, hey, your stock is worth this much. If you use crypto to hide your money, you can use crypto to hide transactions. So what you can do with crypto is you can put your money into crypto, and then you can buy something else with crypto. You can't buy cash with the crypto in a way that's easy to hide, because no one would just sell you cash for crypto in a way that's easy to hide. So basically what people do with crypto is they buy the cryptocurrency. When it gets to a certain value, you can buy stuff like jewelry or things that hold value. And then you have the jewelry shipped to you in a way that's easy to evade detection. So that's the easiest way to hide your money with crypto. But you know, if you're a billionaire, you're not going to buy like $10 billion of Rolexes just to hide your money. And but someone would notice $10 billion of Rolexes moving around. So you're only going to do that if you're doing like a few 100,000 or a couple million in crypto, you know? Like you can't buy like $10 billion in Rolexes with crypto and use that to hide your money. It's really not that easy to put crypto money into something that holds value that you can use to evade taxes. So yeah, I'm not a financial person, but I think I know enough about all these different vehicles to say that it's very hard to hide your money from the US government, unless like the money never interacts with the mainstream economy in the first place. So like if you're selling drugs or if you're sex trafficking or if you're doing any illegal cash heavy business, that money's not going to exist in the mainstream economy. And those people launder that money anyway. They'll create like a business front and they'll put that money through the front and they'll end up paying taxes on that money anyway because they want to they'd rather like give up a percentage of their illicit earnings in the form of taxes than have that money not be accessible. Because if you want to buy, like if you go to a car dealership and you buy a car for $50K in cash, that money, that transaction is going to be visible to the US government. So they're going to be like, whoa, okay, so this guy bought a car from you for $50K in cash. Who is this guy? Where did he get that money? Like what bank did that money go through? Did it come from? So you can't just take money and just put it in cash and just buy nice things with it. Like the people who have that much money, they're not going to the grocery store and buying groceries with their cash every week. They want to buy big things, they want to buy fancy things, and you can't hide large purchases from the government even if you pay in cash. So, you know, a lot of people underestimate how easy it is to hide money from the tax system. It's easy to hide money from like the mainstream economy, but at some point you're going to want to buy something and that's where it gets hard to hide it from taxes. So even like people who are operating in purely criminal businesses still end up paying taxes on that money if they want to buy something cool with that money, which is presumably the reason why you're doing whatever illegal thing you're doing in the first place.
What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us.
Again, who's us? Like, who is they? Like, are you saying that the media still has to give you friendly interviews like they were doing 2 months ago after you've been credibly accused of raping a woman? No one's going to give you a friendly interview. No one is going to talk to you. That's all. That's the reality now. And that's as a result of presumably your actions if these allegations are true, which it's looking increasingly like they are. I mean, this evidence is pretty damning. It can be verified to have been several years old. This is not a new thing that popped up after you decided to run for office. All the receipts exist from before anybody knew who you were. So yeah, nobody's going to treat you the same, and that's why you're dropping out. So yeah, that's not conspiracy against you.
Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator from Maine.
I'm sorry. Again, you've been credibly accused of rape, man. Like, I don't know what you want them to do. This is the Democratic Party. Like, they're not Republicans. Like, Democrats aren't just going to put someone who has serious rape allegations against them on top of a ticket. Like, Donald Trump was found liable for rape, and Republicans still put him in office. You can say rape should be punished as severely as possible. Here's the thing, like, there's a difference between like the severity of crime and sentencing. Like, a lot of people hear a lot of sentences for certain crimes and they're like, oh man, I think that should be longer. But a lot of people don't like to hear this, but crime sentencing, a lot of thought goes into it, and a lot of people study outcomes and effects of sentencing people for certain things. And you know, there are a lot of times where someone gets convicted of rape and they get like 2 years or 5 years, and there are times where they get 20 years. It really just depends on the situations around what happened, uh, the likeliness of someone to repeat the crime. Um, so, yeah, it's terrible and it's really bad, but a lot of times the sentencing for that is not going to reflect what actually happened if the person even ever faces a courtroom. Like, this woman was prepared to take the fact that she believed he raped her to her grave. If he had never run for Senate, no one would ever know this happened except for her therapist, her partner, her friends and family. She, like, who would know this happened? And this has happened to millions of women, not just women, people in general, all across the globe. You know, people end up in situations like this all the time, where you know, what she said happened was he was intoxicated and he came into her house and he uh it really depends on, in the US it depends on two things. It depends on sentencing guidelines, um previous violations, and judicial discretion. So basically what happens in the US is you have a bunch of statutes and you have a bunch of sentencing guidelines for those statutes. So, like, let's say you commit a carjacking, and on the books the sentencing range for that is 3 to 10 years for just that single violation. And then you have aggravating conditions that will either push it towards the higher end or that can add additional time to that sentence. So what the judge will have access to once you're convicted is all the counts you're convicted on, the sentencing guidelines, their sort of, I guess, hunch on your level of remorse and any past crimes that you've committed, your behavior during the trial process. Um, so they'll take all of those into account, and then they have a range of what they can sentence you to. So any sentence that's handed down is going to have to fall within that range. And then maybe you might have like an aggravating factor like past violations or like a hate crime enhancement, depending on the state. And then I already said past violations. So you're going to have all those things that factor into it. And then you're just going to have the limit based on what's on the books for what they can sentence you to. And those limits are going to be based on sociological studies. They're going to be based on recidivism rates. They're going to be based on all these different outcomes that you want to correct or provide for. So in the US, technically the goal of a criminal sentence is not to punish the criminal, but to deter the crime. So what a lot of people perceive as leniency is just going to be a difference in what they want to see from the criminal justice system and what the criminal justice system is made to produce. And the outcome that the criminal justice system wants to happen is for you to go to prison, get out, and not commit that crime again. It really depends. Like, there are situations where people get 2 years for rape. There are situations where people get 20 years. So it really is going to depend on the totality of the circumstances. That's what we call it here. So when the totality of the circumstances are taken into account, some people might get as little as 2 years, and that is up to the judge and the particular circumstance. So I said 2 years just as like a low watermark point. Like there are some people who just don't get any time at all that get probation. Like I think what's his name, that Brock Turner guy who like he like digitally penetrated an unconscious woman in his college. I think this is like a decade ago at this point, and he got no sentence at all, which was insane. I think something crazy happened there because he was from a wealthy family, and I haven't looked into the full circumstances of that case, but he should have definitely gotten like a short prison sentence for that, but I don't think he got any prison time at all. But yeah, that's different from how society reacts to what you do. And yeah, I think most people at this point believe that Graham Platner did what he was accused of. You know, like let's take like P. Diddy, for example, right? Like there were rumors for years that he was doing all the things he was accused of, and people were treating him differently in society before he ever actually went to prison. So yeah, nobody has to associate with Graham Platner anymore or treat him nicely because, you know, most people who've looked at the evidence presented against him find it credible. So they're not like he's not entitled to anyone's money. He's not entitled to any free airtime from the media. He's not entitled to have a room of people come listen to him anymore. None of that has anything to do with whether he committed something that can be punished criminally or not. So
What comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for a politics that would actually represent them. Voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched forces. And I'm not asking for how this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone.
It's kind of crazy because if the donor class was this like thing like he says, Donald Trump would never have gotten in. Nobody was donating to Donald Trump in the 2015 primary. The donor class did not want him to beat Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz and all these other mainstream Republicans. Donald Trump had been accused of rape credibly. Donald Trump, with his own mouth, had said that he found his daughter sexually attractive, that he saw, I'm pretty sure, like a 10-year-old girl and said that he'd be dating her in a few years. He said he walked into the dressing rooms of 14 and 15-year-old pageant contestants in his own pageant. He said those words with his own mouth. He said that he likes to sexually assault women with his own mouth. And then later he was adjudicated liable for sexual abuse in New York. In New York, sexual abuse is the statute for rape by anything other than, you know, your actual genitals. So like you don't have to use your genitals to rape somebody, but in the state of New York, that's called sexual abuse, which is still rape, you know. Just because you didn't do it with your genitals doesn't make it otherwise. So all those things happened with Donald Trump, and he was still elected president twice. So yeah, I think it's just like you're talking to two different constituencies. Republicans don't mind all those things. Democrats do. So that's what's happening here. Sorry.
Who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power. Party apparatchiks are not the ones to make these decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward. Amy and I struggled about getting into this. Last summer, right around this time of year, We sat down and we looked at each other and we said, if we believe in the kind of politics we think that we do, we have to do this. Over the past couple days, really yesterday and today, we have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations.
Yeah, what would be really interesting to see is if he decides to do a write-in campaign. Like Lisa Murkowski won her Senate seat in a write-in campaign in Alaska after losing the Republican primary. So yeah, that's people going against the party apparatchiks, as he said there. And the thing is, you have all these different voting constituencies. Like you have the primary voters in either party. You have the general electorate. You of course have advertising and media and all these things that play a role in it. But you know, a lot of people like to say, "Oh, everything comes down to money," but each time Donald Trump won, his opponent spent way more money in the race. There are plenty of races where the person who spent less money wins. I think the more important thing is attention than money. Now, if you have a low attention race where neither candidate or none of the candidates have a whole lot of a spotlight on them, then you have a situation where money can have an outside effect because, you know, then you basically have an unknown versus someone who has enough money to get people to actually know who they are. So that's a bit of a different situation. But the Maine primary was not that sort of situation. Everyone in Maine knew who Janet Mills was. Everyone in Maine learned who Graham Platner was. And then there's this third, I believe, David Costello guy in the race. Yeah, everyone there was a known entity. So I don't think money really played a role in this. Yeah, with these allegations, there's no way he wins in a general election. Like the Lisa Murkowski situation was like she had high name ID, she had a solid voter base, she has a really strong relationship with Alaskan natives, so the Alaskan native community really came out strong for her. So he does have high name ID. He does have a loyal base, but I think most people are going to find the allegations credible. So he's going to have a hard time doing a write-in campaign.
This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me.
But who's not going to let you have it? You could still run your campaign. Like, I know you said, like, oh, you need access to all these resources, but Lisa Murkowski won her Senate race without access to any institutional resources at all. She just made a separate campaign. She had all her same donors, and she wasn't even on the ballot. They didn't even put her on the ballot in that Alaskan Senate race, and she still won. She won an entirely write-in campaign. So, like, she had zero structure. So, what are you saying here, man? You have the name ID. You can still run. So if you're saying it's not an admission of guilt, then, you know, stick your thumb in the eye of the whole establishment, quote unquote, and yeah, keep running as an independent if you think you can do it.
So we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure.
I don't know. He said he's done so many interviews where he said every time something came out, he said, I don't think anything else is going to come out. And then like 2 weeks later, a new allegation came out. And like, how many times are you going to say nothing else is going to come out? You know, we're at the point where we have a credible rape accusation. We have plenty of receipts over, I believe, a year and a half, 2 years, multiple conversations, Facebook conversations. We have conversations with a therapist, emails. Like, these emails can be verified with whoever her email provider is. Like, you know, they have all those timestamps. Like, what incentive does an email provider have to fabricate dates on an email timestamp? You know, nobody knew who the fuck he was 3-4 years ago. So, like, what incentive did she have to lie to random people about an oyster farmer 4 years ago? Like, so he's kept telling us every single time. He said nothing else is coming out. Nothing else is coming out, and stuff keeps coming out. So we still do not know what the Republicans have on this guy. Like, no one in the Republican ecosystem is going to release any of the information that they found on him until the general election. Like, that's just how politics works. So if this is what has come out just in the primary process, again, there has to be something else. I'm sorry. Like, this guy has too many red flags that have already been thrown up for there not to be anything else.
Sure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who
And how many women was he chatting with after I think they said he was chatting with like 20 something women after he got married. So how many women was he talking to before he got married? Like, he was in a ton of relationships for like a decade and a half before he got married. Some of those like ended badly, some of those were good relationships. Like, how many more relationships are there that we have no clue about?
Turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that. All we were asking for was health care, was to end the genocide. To use
All we were asking for was health care. It's like, bro, Democrats don't have absolute power, okay? Like, even for the Affordable Care Act, right? We had 60 senators. We had one senator, Joe Lieberman, at the time, who wouldn't pass a public option. Then we had Ted Kennedy die. And then what's this lady's? I always forget her name, man. Martha something. I think it was like Martha Coakley. She ran against Scott Brown to take Ted Kennedy's seat, and she went on fucking vacation in the middle of a campaign, and Scott Brown drove across the entire state of Massachusetts and won as a Republican senator from Massachusetts for the first time in decades. That wasn't backroom deals. Like, that sunk the public option because of politics. That was out in the open. We could see the entire process. No one was like colluding to prevent people from getting healthcare. We just didn't have enough votes to get a public option. That was what was really happening at the time. Like, you can like retroactively say like, oh, the Democrats didn't really want to give us a public option. We did. Like, I remember because I was participating at the time. I was involved. I was campaigning for people. I was canvassing for candidates. Like, everyone wanted a public option. We just didn't have the votes to get it. I mean, that's how American politics works. Unless you want to like get rid of elections and like force a public option, I guess. Like, yeah, sure, you could get rid of the way American politics runs. You could do that. But they're actual Republican voters who hated Obamacare, who hated the fact that the government is involved in health insurance at all. Yeah, I'm a Democratic Party. It doesn't take much to be a member of the Democratic Party. You just like basically send in a postcard or sign up online, and then if someone's running an election, you can show up and be like, "Hey, I want to volunteer." Like, being a member of it doesn't like mean much specifically, and people are like, oh, but there are all these delegates, and like delegates are just like people who've been elected or people who have like paid positions within the Democratic National Committee, you know, or within state parties. A lot of Democratic politics is controlled at the state level. People think that like the DNC is like this like conspiratorial entity. The DNC does not weigh in on primary races at all. The DNC only supports people once they get into a general. Like people want to be like, oh, Bernie got screwed over in 2016. They put their thumb on the scale for Hillary. I don't know anybody who voted for Bernie Sanders, you know, and there are plenty of people who know. Okay, I shouldn't say I don't know anybody. Most people who I know voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And if you tell a Bernie Sanders voter that, they won't believe you. And it's like, there are different voters who want different things. I'm sorry. Like, Bernie Sanders is not a member of the Democratic Party. He just wanted to use the Democratic Party as a vehicle to run for president. He hadn't passed any major legislation before he ran for president. Hillary Clinton tried to get universal health care passed while she wasn't even an elected office in the 1990s, and that got sunk by Republicans. Like people were literally burning effigies of Hillary Clinton. I campaigned for Hillary Clinton. I campaigned for Anthony Brown when he was running for governor. I campaigned for a friend of my dad for a local office. I don't remember if it was like a county council seat. But yeah, I've campaigned for people at all levels of politics. Like, I believe, I think the reason people get so conspiratorial about politics is that they don't really participate in it. They don't really know how it functions. They don't know how easy it is to get involved. Like, you can literally just walk into someone's campaign office and be like, hey, I really want to volunteer for your campaign. Or you can sign up online and they'll tell you where to show up. You can be like, oh, I really like this person's policies. I want to campaign for them. And you just literally show up and they'll hand you a sheet of paper. You sign a waiver that you're not going to do anything stupid or crazy. They hand you a sheet of paper and send you off with like 2 or 3 people to start knocking on doors. It's literally that easy. You know, it's not all this like big money advertising heavy stuff. Like, it's really not that difficult to get involved. Like, nobody knew who Zoran Mamdani was a year ago. You know, he just started a grassroots campaign. He put out a bunch of videos online. People really liked what they saw. They started volunteering for him. Cuomo had to like start paying people to volunteer for him. Zoran didn't have to pay anybody to volunteer. You know, so there's no like grand conspiracy to keep people in office or out of office or anything. It really does come down to whether people want to vote for you or not. Now, we have things in the US that are undemocratic. Like, we have senators for small states. Like, I don't think people in Wyoming should have the same amount of representation as California. Like, I think the population of Wyoming it's like something ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, the population of Wyoming is 588,000. That's like as much as some towns, you know. And they have as much representation as California. I think California is like 55 million, so that's really stupid. So okay, sorry, 39.5 million. But my point still stands. That's way more people than Wyoming. So there are a lot of things about the US political system that kind of sucks, but none of that has to do with whether you can vote for someone or not.
Taxpayer dollars at home to uplift our communities instead of waging war overseas. We were asking for a fair system. We were asking for an end to the corruption, the end to the money in politics. We were asking for real democracy.
Yeah, Congress is meant to represent the population, but even Congress, like the apportionment for Congress is kind of out of whack, such that because each state has to have at least one congressional district, right? So, for example, a state like Wyoming, they only have one Congress member, but the average number of representatives for a member of Congress is, I believe, 795,000. So if the average congressperson represents 795,000 people and Wyoming has one representative for 588,000 people, they still have disproportionate representation in Congress. So, and a lot of other small states do as well. So like there are states with like 3 representatives when their population's like 1.8 million, you know, so they basically get like a free extra half a rep. And then there's states like California where they don't get proportionate representation because they have 39.5 million people. So they actually, I believe they have more people. What is the average number of constituents for a California representative? So the average rep has 795K constituents, right? Okay. Okay, so they represent about 761K people. Okay. All right, so they're actually closer. They are proportional. All right, I thought they were a little bit underrepresented, but again, the point is that there's still states that who are overrepresented even in Congress, and then you have the Senate on top of that, which disproportionately benefits Republicans because low population states tend to be rural, and rural areas tend to vote Republican, so they tend to have like, I think they have up to like a 40% advantage from the Senate, some ridiculous number.
We did it the right way, and we won. But now the ball is in the court of the Democratic establishment. My name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot...
Again, there's no magic establishment. There are different people who make up the Democratic Party. There are different constituencies. Like, there's no like secret backroom meeting where they're like, we nominate this person and they throw a giant pot of money at you. Like, that's not how it works. Okay. Like, different people can choose to endorse you or not. The Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee can choose to give a certain amount of money to your race or not. But that's all voted on by different people who are either hired or elected to certain positions. And even the people who are hired, they are hired indirectly by people who've been voted for, you know? So it's not like there's some like secret cabal of Democratic leaders who have zero accountability to the actual voters.
Line belongs to the people of Maine. And on November 3rd, it needs to belong to the people of Maine. And the next Democratic senator for Maine needs to belong to the people of Maine. They need to reflect the will and the values of the people of this state. I love this state. I love Maine, and I love Mainers in ways that I can't really describe. I'm immensely proud of what we have built, and I have the utmost faith that we will continue to build, and we will continue to move towards a better future. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank all of you. And keep fighting. We're going to win someday.
Okay. I mean, that was about what I expected. Okay. It's an interesting first message. It's so funny, man. Like, I never liked Graham Platner, I'll say that, so I'm a bit biased. But all these people who were like chastising people who didn't like him, who thought like he had way too many skeletons in his closet, now all of a sudden they're like, okay, like, we got it wrong, but like Graham represents something bigger. And it's like, you know, fuck you. There are plenty of people who stand for the exact same things this guy does. Like, a lot of people, you just want to use him as a wedge against people who voted for the Democratic Party their entire lives. And you just want to come in and take over the whole party and say that you believe in better things than other Democrats. It's like, what the fuck have Democrats been fighting for the past few decades? Like, you think we haven't already been fighting for healthcare? You think we haven't already been fighting for better labor laws, for higher minimum wages? Like, you can't like come in and say like, oh, you know, the Democrats, they got $12.50 minimum wage, but it should really be 25. It's like, okay, like, you shifted the baseline. It's like we had what we could get politically at the time, and you're coming in retroactively and saying like, oh, well, that wasn't good enough. And it's like, well, fuck you. That was good enough for the time it happened. We just have to push for more. But you can't like say, oh, you know, everyone that did things in the past fucked up, and we have to like come in and just get rid of everyone and start everything from scratch because we're better people and we're better politicians. It's like, dude, you couldn't even get out of a primary without like a whole slew of scandals. Like, who are you to say that you would been a more effective politician? Like, the one they all love, like all these people love Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders hasn't passed any major legislation. There's like not a single piece of major legislation with his name at the top. Like, and you wanted him to be president over some. Okay, it looks like my stream dropped for a few seconds. Okay. Okay, I don't usually do this, but okay, let's look up Hillary Clinton legislation, Senate. Yeah, it looks like I got disconnected for a few minutes. Okay, so like Hillary Clinton, she co-sponsored the Paycheck Fairness Act, 9/11 Healthcare Act. She co-sponsored the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act. But so okay, let's see how many. So she had like 73 bills and amendments. What about Bernie Sanders? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing any like major legislation or major amendments that have Bernie Sanders' name on it. Like, so Hillary Clinton was a co-sponsor on at least 3 major bills in her time in the Senate, and she had amendments in like 70 something others. You know, how long was she there, and how long has Sanders been in office? Uh, people, there are a lot more things that people vote on besides what's in their direct interests. Like, ideology plays a major role in how people vote. Like, a lot of Republicans, they genuinely believe in their ideological beliefs. It's like they genuinely believe that the government should not be involved in things. Okay, why does the internet keep cutting out?